A very good morning and welcome to the Emerging Content Creator Awards workshop, rather. It's brought to you by DStv Content Creator Awards. I'm so excited to be spending the next few hours with all of these people in the room. Of course, everyone on TikTok as well. It's going to be a day of sharing, of learning, and hopefully we'll have some fun and get some great business connections out of the day. I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Ronaldo Schwab. I'm the Principal Specialist for Multi-Platform Video for MultiChoice. It's a very fancy way to say that I make content, video content, and I strategize what the company does with regards to multi-platform video, and that informs how we approach our TV brands and all of the other brands within the MultiChoice stable. So I'm quite excited to be in the room and to learn from all of the experts, and everyone in the room is an expert. You'll find out from today, as we hear from all of these amazing speakers, that we all can learn from each other, from the top all the way to the bottom and all the way back up. So I'm quite excited, and I hope you guys are as well. As I said, we are live on TikTok, so welcome to everyone on TikTok. Engage with us, ask your questions. There'll be someone fielding those via the comment section if you have a question to any of the speakers, and we'll post those to the speakers after each session or after each speaker. Now, we have a long list of very amazing people who will be hitting the stage. They'll be sharing knowledge. I want to call them creative content strategists, content creators, some very important people who will be making us all better content creators. So feel free to engage, and it's basically I'd like us all to think of today as an opportunity to learn more about content creation, but not just the craft of it, the business. And I think we have to emphasize that content creation is a business. It's a very big business. And when we talk business, we talk money to be made and money to be spent. Hopefully, we'll walk out of today with money being made and lessons being learned. So I'm quite excited. Knowledge sharing happening with you and with the speakers on the stage. So don't be shy to ask questions. As I mentioned, there will be plentiful opportunities to do exactly that. Today's rollout is broken down in two sections. We'll start the morning before lunch, where we'll be hearing from content creators. Spotify is here, influencer agencies, as well as the Advertising Regulatory Board and Workshop 17. We'll break at 12:30 for lunch for an hour, and then when we come back, we'll hear all about Emerging Content Creator Awards and how 947 is taking it to the next level. I'll share a bit more with what MultiChoice is doing when it comes to short form videos. That's coming up just after lunch, as well as opportunities to collaborate with the team from TikTok. And we'll close off quite fittingly the day with a session from Seoul. So to kick us all off and to remind us all why we are here and gathered at this very fun and very informative day, please allow me to welcome the founder of the DStv Content Creator Awards, as well as the managing director of One Eye Jacked, Manuela.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Met quite a few of you outside. It was really, really nice to meet you, to see all these beautiful faces. This is the second workshop of this kind that we're doing. The first one was last year. We held it in Kailicha, and it was incredible. Now, this year, we are here with all of you, and hopefully next year we'll be able to do maybe 3 cities. We'll have to see how that goes. So as Ronaldo said, and thank you very much for that, Ronaldo, my name is Manuela. I run an agency called One Eye Jack with my business partner, who is up there, Darren Sanders, and our incredible team of Tash and Quasi and Laurel, Omar over there, Platinum Club do our PR, and they're incredible, and Daniel, who is our designer, and I just want to give a shout out to all the people behind this. So unlike you guys, I'm not a content creator. I'm a content consumer. And I think, clearly because of my love of content creation, this awards event property came about, and that's the workshop that is here today. So one of my, somebody said to me, please will you tell the story about how you came up with the idea of the DStv Content Creator Awards. So I thought, well, let's try and make a little piece of content to actually tell you how we came up with this. So I'm going to show you guys a short 2-minute video of how this all came about. Yeah, if you could cue video, please.
The idea was born during lockdown. I was stuck in my house with my 3-year-old, which had its blessings and its challenges, But the mood in the country was dark. I don't know about you, but I personally consumed more content than I ever had before. Then at the end of 2021, I went to one of the many advertising awards events that celebrates the industry. And I thought, well, this is cool. You're all using influencers and content creators in your campaigns. But what is there out there that actually celebrates them? And that's how the idea for our pioneering new event property was formed, the Content Creator Awards. But how do you create a really cool awards event property when you've got no startup capital and no resource? Well, you rally the people that you've worked with for years and hope that they buy into the idea as much as you do. And they did.
Welcome, guys. I'm glad that you are all here. That's my camera there. I can see you.
The nominees are... What I'm looking forward to the most tonight is seeing your favorite content creators in person, all glammed up.
And tonight we're celebrating each other, all these amazing content creators.
So what makes this event so special? Because we stayed true to the ethos of why we created it, and we used content creators to bring it to life. So the event was all about content creators. Everyone at the event was content creators. We had content creators run our social media. We had content creators write, direct, and produce the show. We had content creators star in the show. The whole feeling and the whole atmosphere of being in a room with people that you feel that you know but you don't was what made the actual event experience itself absolutely magical.
Yes. Thank you for changing the face of advertising and marketing globally.
Think about it. Instagram Reels and TikToks are seen as the new form of advertising. And this event property is at the forefront of it all.
Thanks, guys. No problem. So that's how it all came about, and a sincere thanks to all the brands that believed in us and believed in this event property and came on board. Our aim really is to make this the biggest event property of this kind on the continent. We're only in year 2 and the support has been phenomenal. So the more support you guys can give it, the more support we can get from brands, the more support we can get from media partners, the more marketing we can put behind this, the bigger this event property is going to be. And I think for me, why is it so important to create something like this is, you know, Kim Jade said it there, we've changed the face of advertising. I think one of the very special things she said on stage that night at the awards was like, thank you for legitimizing my choice of career. And so many of the creators stood up on stage to receive their awards and thank their parents for believing in them, for letting them quit their day jobs, and for putting their all into content creation. And content creation is not easy. But if you can do it right, there is serious money to be made out of being a content creator, and that we feel is what this workshop today is all about. You know, what I've spoken about is how the event property came to be. I didn't let you know how I got DStv on board, and DStv had been a long-standing kind of sponsor of various event properties that we'd worked on, and it was one of those very frank conversations. We looked at the event property, thought who would be the ideal title sponsor, needed a brand that had reach and that was perfect for getting us into Africa. And if I look at DStv, they tell African stories, and I think they're probably the biggest funder of local content in Africa, if I'm not mistaken, and they were the perfect title sponsor to come on board for this. It was a really frank, sincere phone call. This is what we've thought of. What do you guys think? And immediately DStv came on board because they recognize the power of content creation, and they are using so many of you guys actually in communicating the content that's actually on their various channels. Then after that, we obviously spoke to TikTok. TikTok came on board as our entertainment partner. New this year, we have Youthfluence, who's going to be sharing some influencer marketing ideas with us. Spotify is brand new this year, teaching us all about podcasts. Really, really excited to welcome them on board. 947 has come on board for the first time this year as well. So that's just going to make this even bigger and even better. They're going to be doing an OB from the event on the day, and they are going to be making some cool announcements a little bit later as well, which is very, very cool. Stain Entertainment, our friend Shannon is sitting over here. Shannon Shannon wears 2 hats. She's Stan Entertainment, and she's actually the GM while rocking the daisies. So essentially, she'll be sharing some insight with you guys today. And of course, we're going to close the day with a delicious soul. So Warwick will be talking to us all about their positioning is also, ours is shining a light on the people who make us feel good, and yours is live from the sunny side, if I'm not mistaken. So, or life from the sunny side. So perfect brand partner to come on board. I hope I haven't missed anybody there. Workshops, I'm getting to Workshop 17, yes. So in terms of Workshop 17, Workshop 17 very, very kindly has given us the space to have this workshop today. Not only that, but Workshop 17 has actually given us space to create our own podcast. So we're going to give that a bash. Let's see how that goes. And the final thing I wanted to get to is just that we have got some really cool prizes here today from Workshop 17 as well. So it's all about sharing and engaging. So we're going to choose anybody who's posted some really, really cool stuff. We've got some Workshop 17 hampers, and we'll be giving those throughout the org today as well. I think that brings me to a close. You guys have got the hashtags. If you forget what they are on the banner behind us, but we really just want you to have fun. We've got a combination of emerging creators here, a combination of really established creators here. We just want you to learn. If panels are discussing something and you want to go into a little bit more detail, there will be a little bit of space for Q&A afterwards. There's also a tea break. There's also a lunch break. Connect with people. Go up to somebody, let them know that what they said was really valuable. You'd like to understand a little bit more. And anybody watching on the TikTok live who wants to get in touch with us afterwards, drop us a mail at info@contentcreatorawards.co.za, and we're happy to field your questions to any of the speakers if you have anything additional you'd like to ask. Have I remembered everything? I hope so. So great. So I'm going to start off the day with a panel discussion from really, really cool creators. Vivian Chwene from TikTok is going to facilitate the panel, and she'll introduce you to the 4 very cool content creators who she'll be talking to. Over to you, Vivian.
Thank you, Manuela. Good morning, everybody. So as Manuela's already said, my name is Vivian Chwene. I'm a content partnerships manager at TikTok South Africa, specifically for entertainment. But you know what, without these guys that I'm going to be introducing and speaking to today, I wouldn't have a job because my job really is looking after the content creators and strategically partnering with people like the DStv Content Creator Awards. So I'm going to get straight into it. I'm going to start by introducing Zion, who is a comedic content creator. She is known for Welcome to Heaven skits on TikTok. She has 5.3 million followers on TikTok. Welcome, Zion. Please give her a round of applause. And then next up, if you're ever looking for some tea on TikTok, all things entertainment, all the news that's happening, anything pop culture, this girl's got you. She does such a brilliant job in terms of commenting on entertainment news on TikTok. Her name is Nombulelo Fox. She goes by Nombulelo. She has 49.3 thousand followers on TikTok. Welcome, Nombulelo. And then lastly, I'm going to be introducing one of our friends at the DStv Content Creator Awards. He says that he's the king of random videos, but he also creates comedy content. He really does an amazing job with his content creation. He has 1.6 million followers on TikTok. Desley, come through. Awesome. Welcome, guys. I hope I don't have my back towards the people. But I think my first question to you guys is, how did your content come about? Where did you start? And that's for all of you guys. So I'll start with you, Zion. Tell us about the beginning of your content creation.
So in the beginning, I had no intentions of becoming a content creator. I was just posting for fun until TikTok kind of like rang me up and like, hey, we really like your stuff. Can you like create more original content? And initially, I was just like, nah, I don't want to create anything original. Let me just stick to what I'm doing right now. But eventually, I got into it, and I loved seeing people's reactions to my content. People say, "Oh my God, they're so creative. You always come up with these ideas," and it motivated me to come up with even bigger ideas and making sure like I always put 100% with each video I make. Yeah.
Nambulela?
I think with me, it actually started when I started blogging, when WordPress was still a thing back in my time. Because I enjoyed, storytelling, and what I had studied was very much aligned to that. And the one thing that I think people kept on telling me was that I always knew what was happening because I used to consume so much media. And whenever people wanted to know what's happening with this person, why did this person break up with this person, and I would have all the answers. So I think at some point, when I started working, I was like, okay, there's an opportunity here. And I saw that there was this growing need for a lot of like entertainment platforms. You had also gossip platforms as well. But I was like, okay, let's actually just put a spin to it and just try it out. And I think I literally just led with that. I just started one day and I was like, let's go. Even though before I also used to do like natural hair care content. And then I kind of dipped on that because I was like, okay, I'm tired. So I think this was just more aligned to who I was, also aligned to what I also do on a day-to-day, basis. And so that's when I was like, okay, cool, let's do this commentary thing. If it lands us somewhere, great. But it was really just all about having fun. And here we are now, actually, like 2 years later, which is amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, listen.
Awesome. And you, Des?
Hi. I started in 2020. I think I started with very like simple things, like just putting memes up and then like a song plays in the background, or just reacting to videos, of which that was 2020. And from there, like I wasn't really growing. It was just like 20 likes here and there. So for the whole year of 2020, but I kept on consistently posting. And then 2021 is when I just decided to like start making more original-ish content, like things just came out of my mind. And then, yeah, now my name is there, also me. So.
Awesome. So I think one of the things that some content creators really struggle with is finding their niche, right? Let's talk about finding your niche and sort of like finding your way through TikTok and realizing that people are actually more responsive to this kind of content, but also you feel like yourself creating that kind of content. How important was it to find your niche? And at what point did you get to that place where you're like, okay, now I found it. I found my groove.
Well, growing up, I've always been a very creative person. So when TikTok did come to me, like, create original content, I don't know why I kind of like brushed it off, because now I look at it and it's like easier for me, constantly trying to come up with ideas. I love doing that. Writing ideas from scratch and finding creative ways to incorporate trends is always something that I loved doing. So definitely like being creative was the way to go. And with having my followers always commenting and stuff like that, and just encouraging me to keep going. Even in the beginning, even though like the views were not that good and they were low, I still got happy for like 100 likes. I celebrated for 100 likes. I was like, yes! And then over time, it just kept on going. I just figured like, yeah, this is me. I'm not going to turn into anything. Because initially, I wanted to become like a dance content creator. But I was like, nah, this is not me. And the moment I started creating my original content and writing things down and creating my little stories, these silly stories that people find funny somehow at the end of the day, I enjoyed it and I just stuck to it.
Amazing. Nobulela?
I think in terms of the niche situation, because I know when you first start out as a content creator, you almost want to dabble in so many things. And at some point, and there's nothing wrong with that, because I think at some point you eventually find your feet in something depending on what is more responsive from a content point of view. But also, I think one thing that I had learned, because I'm an influencer partnerships manager myself, right? And so my biggest frustration was, how do I place other content creators across the different brands that I worked on? And I had to apply that, because I was like, okay, cool, this is how it could work. And you also want to be the person that a lot of brands could go to for, let's say, not necessarily expert opinion, but the go-to person or the preferred person for a lot of brands, right? And yes, we're doing it for passion as well, but you always always kind of have to think about the commercial side of it. And I think after some time, I think maybe it took me a couple of months to kind of land where I'm at the moment, where I'm like, okay, cool, this is what works. And whenever people reach out to me, I understand that this is what they want. So I need to give people what they want. So I think that was pretty much my turning point in terms of finding my niche, which is super, super important, because you also don't want to just be drowning in so many different things. I think find something that you can enjoy, that you can do, and stick to it. And if it changes along the way, that's also fine. But I think that's how I've been able to kind of maneuver, in terms of just the entertainment commentary space.
I think when you're starting as a content creator, you have free game. You know what I mean? You don't need to wake up and be like, okay, I want to, like, you have the whole platform and it's yours at the end of the day. But with the issue of niche, I think I use it as like an umbrella term, right? So let's say you have the niche of fitness, for example. You can do a lot of different things under that specific niche. A niche is not one thing that you're gonna do every day, one on the other. No, it's an umbrella term. So if you're doing fitness, you could do workout videos, diet videos, advice, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There are multiple things that you can do under a niche. It's just about delivery. So that's how I always think about niche, because a lot of people, when they say niche, they're like, it's that thing. Continue, do that. Like, you can't do the same, can't drink water every day. Okay, you can. But, but you get what I mean? Like, don't box yourself because of that word niche. Niche is not a thing. It is an umbrella for multiple things. And then from there, that's how I sort of, because I'm in the niche of comedy, so I'll do skits, I'll do songs, I'll talk, I'll post a meme, I'll do something. There are multiple things that you can do. So when I approach a niche, it's like, how many different things that I enjoy that I can put under this one bracket? So that's how I go to it.
Amazing. So I guess what we can take from this is you can have more than one niche, right? So I want to find out from you guys, how important is it to be a consumer of content as a content creator?
So I always make sure to, when I start off with creating my content, it starts off with me with a book and a pen and writing the ideas down. And I always look at it from the view of my followers, the person watching this. When you're watching my videos, are you entertained? Are you watching it from the beginning and until the end? And I take those steps in place and using the needed tools for my videos to do well. And when it comes to also working with brands, that's another thing that I'm very picky about, because I want to work with brands that kind of like align with me. So for example, I don't drink. It makes no sense for me to work with a brand, with an alcoholic brand, and your followers will sense that BS from a mile away. They're like, what are you doing? This is not your image and stuff like that. So that's another thing you have to look out for. Don't just be quick to just grab a deal because they're offering you. If it doesn't stick with your brand, don't take it. Your followers are your number one. You need to respect the support they give you, the views, and how much they like watch your content. So you need to respect that relationship, because we are all here because of our followers, and that's a relationship that needs to be respected. Yeah.
And thanks for that.
Oh, Viv, please repeat your question.
How important is it? How important is it to consume content as a content creator?
So it's super, super important, because also we don't work in silos. So as any other individual, like, you have to be cognizant of what's happening around you, because that also informs a lot of ideas. It inspires those ideas. And so the thing is with me, there's certain, and here's the thing, right? Entertainment commentary, unfortunately, in South Africa is still very small in comparison to like other countries as well. And so I always just ensure that I kind of see what people are doing locally. I mean, the likes of Zetu. Zetu is amazing content creator when it comes to social commentary and pop culture, but also kind of looking at what's happening in the States, even though my own content really focuses on South African entertainment specifically, but I also just want to see how people also deliver their content. So I think it's super, super important, because you need to always be kept abreast of the changes that happen within social media. You need to know obviously what's trending as well. Like every single day I have to literally go, open up my phone, check what's happening, because that's what people want to basically find out about. I mean, Viv always reminds me, she's just like, hey girl, where's your content? What's happening? There's so many things trending right now. So so I think it's super, super crucial to always just know what is happening out there, and also being receptive to what people are also asking for. So you need to also kind of strike that balance where people are like, okay, but where's the Real Housewives of Durban reunion commentary over there? So I always need to just make sure that I also cater to that over and above what I'm coming up with basically as a creator.
Love it. Des?
No, I really second what you're saying about like, no, because when you consume content, it's like, you can't always be creating.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to know what's trending, what's going on out there. Even just like, because we speak in TikTok, right? Like, I can say 10 past 4 now, and someone in the back is gonna be like, do you get what I mean? Like, it's good to consume. And I think for me, I became a consumer before I started making content. So I also understand the mind of a person who just consumes content. That's why I don't take things personally. You know, if someone doesn't like, because I know I used to consume, there's some things I didn't like. And that's okay. You need to know that not everybody's gonna like you. So that's how I was sort of like, okay, I was a consumer. I didn't like certain things. Nobody's gonna like everything I do. So you just move on like that.
Yeah, some of them will tell you in the comments.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm better. Me, I just...
Yeah, and consumers are quite brutally honest. Guys, please do follow them. Zion4 on TikTok. U_Nombulelo on TikTok. Des, DE, _Z_ Lee on TikTok. I just had to remind myself there. They're quite amazing content creators. So let's talk about money very quickly. I think that's a big question in the room. We know that TikTok, Africa is not monetized yet, but there are a lot of opportunities to make money. You've already mentioned working with brands. Let's talk about, how important it is to pay yourself with the right brands, and when did you start making money if you are from your content?
Okay, so initially for me, in the beginning, I had an assistant, my manager coming to right now who manages me. He found me through one of the campaigns I did. He was like, yo, I love the work that you're doing. Are you signed up with any agency or whatever? And I said, no. He's like, what? Come over, girl. Let me help you out. And I was like, okay, cool. Because I was clueless. I had no idea what I was doing. He was helping me out with everything, even talking to brands. And turns out I had been undercharging the whole entire time. I had no idea. He looked at me and was like, why are you charging so low? This is not your worth. This is your worth. So also with that, because again, like as speaking to other creators, like again, it's the influencer space is very new, and a lot of us don't know anything. Even when it comes to talking to brands, pitching stuff, we lights gumnyama bafet. So when I jumped in with an agency to assist me with that, it became easier. Also them understanding me as a person and knowing that, and being firm with like knowing that, okay, this is the brands that I like. Yes, these guys are offering, that's nice, but it's not me, and I'm okay with that. There's been moments when brands that I did like approached me, but then, for the amount of work and the pay, it wasn't making sense. And you always have that voice in your head that says like, oh, just take it, it's an amazing opportunity. But you need to understand at the end of the day, like, you're losing money, girl. Like, if somebody tells you that you are worth this, you're worth that. You can't be going around dropping your price just because this brand came forward. You have to stick to it. If you know that this is what you charge, that is what you charge. Yeah.
100% agree. Nombulela?
I'm gonna have to agree with her, but I think on my side, it's so tricky because I always try and negotiate, like professionally, try and negotiate the best price possible. But at the same time, I think I only really started monetizing probably like last year, because that's when my peak basically, obviously happened. And I've just been so fortunate that the brands that I've worked with so far have kind of given me what I've asked for, mainly because I think a lot of people also don't understand the work that is required to be put putting together content. Guys, you still need to pay for data. Guys, data is expensive in this country. So exactly, it's also just other resources as well that, you know, brands need to also recognize that you've literally built your own brand from the ground up. And as much as you know, you're doing it because you love it, but at the end of the day, we must all eat, right? So so I think it's super, super important to always just stand firm with regards to what it is that you're asking for, and also just let it be known that, you know, sometimes it's non-negotiable, and this is what it is. And if people also respect your craft, they'll be willing to actually meet you where you're asking them. So I think, yeah, but I know it's, as you're saying, like certain people definitely do undercharge because they're so scared of chasing away brands or chasing away those opportunities. But honestly, there's nothing wrong with charging. You guys just never know how much budget brands actually have, and just, you know, how far they're willing to go, especially if they want you. So yeah, so I don't think I've struggled in that sense, but yeah, I think that's how things have been on my end.
Amazing. Des, I've seen your KFC TikToks. Let's talk about that.
They don't give me chicken though, unfortunately. Like if they were paying me and then they would give me like a streetwise nyama, I'd be like, alright. But I think two things that I've really learned is, number one, like, rate yourself, you know what I mean? Respect yourself as a brand, as a business. Because when you become a content creator and an influencer, you are the business, you know what I mean? And brands are gonna come to you and be like, oh, you're charged too much, da 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 da. You guys don't go to spa and say your bread is too much, do you? You don't, you know what I mean? So respect yourself. Sometimes you're gonna feel like, okay, but now I'm losing out on a little bit of money, especially if it's your first time getting like a brand approach you or stuff like that. You're gonna feel like you're missing out. But it's just a habit that you build in yourself. You don't want to be now every time a brand comes, okay, Sharp, you can pay me 200 for 8 videos. You know, you don't want to be that. You see, and it happens, guys. Like it really does happen. So you just need to respect yourself, be firm on it, because your pricing is depending on the quality that you produce as a content creator, and you know yourself. I think, hey, the second thing is deliver with your content when it comes to brands. Like what Viv was saying with KFC. I've worked with KFC on like 7 campaigns now, and it's all because in the beginning I just kept delivering. You know what I mean? You don't want to be, hi guys, KFC is having a promotion, go click the link in bio. Oh, come on. Like, deliver, show them that you're worth the money, and then they'll keep coming, and then you can build like a long-term partnership with the brand. That's the goal here, so that you know that if the next month no brand hits you up, these ones that love you and what you do, they're coming back, and you just sort it out like that.
I agree 100%. And I think also you need to factor in the marriage between you and the brand, because like you said earlier that, you know, consumers are not stupid. They can easily tell if something is forced. So if it comes easy, then it's a marriage. We're almost finished, but I want to ask you guys, because there are people watching on TikTok Live. Why TikTok? Why TikTok?
Okay, so initially I joined TikTok when, I didn't join it at that time, but I noticed it. It was called Musical.ly at that time. I saw it on Instagram. And at that time I had like an old phone, so it wasn't working very well with the app. And then eventually I just came back to it, and I was just doing it for fun. And yeah, it just happened, yeah. It feels like TikTok chose me at the end of the day, yeah. Yeah.
No, agreed. I think for me, TikTok was more of an easier social media platform to work on compared to like Instagram and Twitter, where, you know, Instagram for me just became, no shade to anyone who's working at Meta, sorry guys, it just felt so superficial personally for what I was trying to do, because I think Instagram got to a point where it was all about aesthetics, and personally I was like, okay, I can't do this. I cannot be hiring a photographer, or I don't have the latest iPhone to be taking content. But TikTok just was so relevant in terms of like the banter that I would pretty much, have with my friends. And I also saw that other creators were also just doing the exact same thing. It just felt so natural and so genuine. And I was just like, okay, cool, here we go. If I've got an idea on the spot, I can literally just go onto TikTok, be like, hey guys, this is what's happening, post it, and the reactions are just so priceless, and people responding to your content. So I think that's one of the reasons why I was like, you know what, let me actually just stick to my TikTok lane over there, and let the other pros deal with whatever platform that they want to specialize on. But yeah, and I haven't looked back, and it's been amazing ever since. And I think the other thing also that just keeps me on the platform is just the support that the platform actually has for content creators. Like, I was actually having a chat now with Warwick about how amazing the team, such as Vivian as well, that have been super supportive with regards to our journey. So I think that's definitely 5 stars, darling. Thanks.
Thank you.
Nah, for real though. Like, I feel the same way. But I was one of those people that hated TikTok. Sorry, Viv. I was one of those people that hated TikTok in the beginning. I was like, TikTok's for kids, dances. Like,
You were part of that group.
I was a part of that group.
So you were hating on people who were on TikTok?
Like you, yeah. I saw your videos. I was like, hey, hold on. No,
Yo,
no.
the amount of hate I got for people for just being on TikTok. I got teased for that, you know that?
I know, I was teasing you, I know.
We can't be friends after this. We can't be friends.
No, I love you. I love you,
From
lots.
a distance.
Love you, lots. Guess I'm but listen,
Yeah.
But yeah, and then I downloaded TikTok the first day. I was like scrolling for like hours. And I think just the childlike freedom that you get from TikTok, you don't really get anywhere else. You know what I mean? Twitter, they're fighting. Instagram, like, Instagram, you have to bath. TikTok, you just, like TikTok, that's how free it is.
Yeah, it is.
You wake up and you just
Yeah.
bang, and you just live life. I've never felt like I had to change who I am or be like in bath and like but TikTok is, I fell in love. I really did fall in love, and it's just, yeah.
Not my words. And I see the room is in agreement. So I hope we'll have a lot more TikTok users after this session. So can we maybe just give, there are emerging content creators in this room. What advice would you give them to get them started as a content creator? What are some of the things they should be focusing on?
Number one would be consistency. You need to be consistent. Don't be put down by the views, the numbers. You will grow, trust me, you will grow. I got happy for 50 likes, guys. Like, you will get there step by step. Just be consistent, be yourself, don't fake it. Because again, when you're being yourself, it's very easy to create content. It's organic, it comes out naturally. So be yourself and be consistent and post.
Yeah, thanks. I think I would say do it, like wake up and just do it. Because when you spend so much time planning, you're like, yeah, my feed must look like, guys, just post. Like, honestly, just post. Eventually, at some point, you're going to curate your content to how you've always envisioned it. Because I feel like so many people sleep on their potential from the point where they're just like, oh, what are people going to say? What's this person going to actually think of my content? And if you live your life just being so concerned about people's opinions, then you'll never get to it. So I think my biggest, advice is just wake up and do it. Of course, you must bath, guys, but do it when you're shooting your content. But yeah, I think that's what I can basically share.
I heard you, man. Then you started talking other things, and I'm like, I think execution is the keyword I'm going to use here. It's like, sometimes you have ideas, right? And jot down your ideas. Any idea that you have, jot it down. You can revisit it later if you feel like you can't execute it now. But execution is so important. No matter where you are, just take out your phone, record, because you never know what could happen. You know what I mean? Don't overthink everything, because at the end of the day, people are only going to remember your best work, right? If it was a bad video, it got no views, so no one saw it. But if it's a good video, you did your thing. And all through just executing that one idea that you had. And sometimes it's crazy because it's usually the ones you didn't expect to do good that end up doing good. And then it's like, because you executed. So execute, believe in yourself, believe in your talents. Whatever you can bring of yourself into the platform that you can show other people, take your phone, record that, chop it up, and you're good.
Let's do it.
Can add one more thing. Yeah. Also, like, leave room for disappointment. You will come up with the most creative, the most greatest idea that you think you can come up with, and it won't do well. You need to accept it and keep going.
Amazing. Can I take some questions from the room? I think I've already asked enough questions. Thank you so much, guys. Unfortunately, Alfie could not be with us. He's come down with the flu. If he's watching through the lives, we're sending you all the love and warmth. There's a question there.
Hi, guys. So I have a question in terms of knowing what your worth is. For example, let's say you want to start monetizing yourself, right? And brands are contacting you, etc., and they ask for a rate card. How do you know what price to set? Especially in case, like, maybe you'd have, for example, 40,000 followers on Instagram or whatever the engagement is. How do you know what the exact price you set for yourself for the brands to pay you?
Okay, on my side, I had no clue how much to charge. I got help from my manager and the agency. So, excuse me, I would advise maybe you should ask somebody who's more knowledgeable about rate cards and stuff like that. Because I also had no idea. You can ask me now how much I would approach. I don't have no clue. Because again, I was also undercharging. So I got help from my manager and my agency to kind of put my rate card together. And yeah, from there on, everything just started flowing.
I think another great platform, if you obviously don't know anyone that works in these spaces, is definitely Webfluential. I know Webfluential initially also had a way to basically rate how much a tweet. I don't know if they've expanded to other social media platforms, but they let you they give an indication of how much like one tweet would be worth based on your followers. And I know when I was starting out, that was my go-to platform until I then started receiving like media kits from other people, and I was like trying to gauge. I was like, okay, cool, this is where it needs to be. So I think look at other platforms like your Webfluential, like Humans. I know also they do a whole bidding, but I mean it is subjective because it's based on how much brands are willing to offer to content creators. But I think ask also, like even if you're popping a question on social media, people will definitely answer you, and you kind of get a great indication of how much you should be charging as a content creator. So hope that helps.
Hey, they right. They right. But I think another thing, it's okay to like do your research as well, and also contact social media strategists, marketing managers as well. I know when you do search how much to charge for a specific amount, they'll tell you about micro, nano, macro, meso influencers, and they usually do it in dollars, right? So I think if you don't know anyone, start there, right? Check out what they give you, then you can calculate from there, and then along your way, contacting other content creators as well. I think it'll help out to also know like, okay, this is how much I'm charging, and yeah.
Hello, hi, my name is Joseph from Simple Influence. So just to chip in, you can also check out our platform. Content creators do list their services, and they also price them, so you can actually gauge to see where you are in terms of your following and which platform you're on, right? But I've got two questions. Excuse me? Simpleinfluence.co.za. Right, so just two questions, right, just for the panel. The first one is on the pricing situation. So you mentioned, obviously, if a brand offers you something that you feel like is undervaluing you, do you have what do you call this, a way to structure your services to actually include those guys that cannot afford maybe your 20,000 Rand package, right? And then the second question is, what are you looking to do in terms of longevity? What happens tomorrow if TikTok is not there? Do you have a plan for when that day finally comes through?
Okay, so in terms of brands and what they offer, most of the time we will negotiate and see what we can decide on. So sometimes, yeah, I would lower my price just a bit, or maybe whatever materials they're asking for. For example, if they want to like 3 TikTok videos, maybe we take it down a notch to just 2 TikTok videos, just to meet them halfway. Because at the end of the day, like, you also want to build a relationship with brands, and I've seen that work in my favor, whereas I've continued to receive campaigns from this brand, being loyal to them, but also I can see also on their side, they also start, you know, to meet me halfway. And then in regards to the other question, the scary question, TikTok just disappearing, YouTube. I think as a content creator, you should expand. Don't just stick to one platform. So yeah, go on as many platforms as you can, and yeah.
Oh, hi guys. So my question is, how do you explain it to your parents? Because I know I haven't.
Nothing. Sorry, go on.
Like I know my mom still has no idea what I do. She only thinks I work on TV. So how do you explain content creating to a black parent?
My parents, I think for the first year, they had no idea what I was doing. Completely clueless. All they knew was that I was happy. And then when I started making money, then they started to take me seriously. But the way they just switched on me the moment like I started to make money off of content creation, it was just like, oh, okay, let's leave her, let her be. But yeah, honestly, I didn't explain anything to them. I just jumped into it, and I think they just let me be. So I had a cool parent, so.
I think it's very, because when I started off, they judged me severely. Because I used to record TikToks in the fridge. You know the fridge lights? Because I didn't have money for a ring light. You know, so I used to record balancing phone on mayonnaise and using that light. And they would always be like, what are you doing? You're wasting electricity and da-da-da-da. And I think we need to understand that most of our parents, they don't understand what we're doing. Remember, influencing content creation is a very new thing. You know, it's very new. A lot of people think we're wasting time, that we're not making money. It's understandable. So I think acknowledge the fact that they didn't have that at their time. So obviously they're gonna have questions, right? You can try to explain that I create content, brands approach me, they give me money, I promote their product, it ends there. That's as simple as you can. But they still won't understand. They'll be like, oh, so it's in the clouds, in the what? It's understandable. It really is. I think eventually, same with me, when they started seeing that, okay, money is coming in, oh, people recognize me, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It was sort of like, okay, this is a legitimate thing. So I think, make money, my sister. You know what I mean? But yeah, you can just explain it to them as it is. They don't need to understand, but as long as they get the picture.
Take one last question. Two.
Okay. So I'm one of those people who bath every day, and I would like to expand to become one of the people that don't bath that often on TikTok. So, Vivian, this question is actually for you, because I'm not sure if this is the exact right point of the day where I asked this, but so I have a TikTok account, which I've started and I haven't used it, and I'm now ready to use it. But the problem is there are probably over 200 accounts in my name, and they all have over 100,000 followers. They have more followers than I have, and they use my content from Instagram. So what do I do now?
Well, now we can report them, but I think we'll have a side conversation and let's see how I can help you. Yeah.
This question is from our Beauty Award winner from last year. Congratulations.
Wow, you're gonna put me on the spot like that, hey. So this is not really a question per se, but I just wanted to add on when it comes to pricing and stuff like that. Yes, followers are important, but then you need to check things like engagement. How much time you spend on the content that you're gonna do, like it depends on that. How much is your Wi-Fi, electricity, the lunch on the day? So you have to put all those things together to come to a tangible price, because you can't just say, I've got this amount of followers and I'm going to charge this much, because there's people that have millions of followers and their engagement is lower than mine. So you need to look at those things, that are people engaging? Are they going to get there's value in engagement than just numbers? Because some people buy numbers as well. Are your followers real people? You know, are your comments only the forex people, or are people actually, you know, engaged engaging. So you need to look at those things. They're very important, especially your Wi-Fi. The food that you eat during the time. Does it take you 5 hours to create a content? Because like he said, you can't be charging 200 Rand for 8 videos. You understand? So you need to be realistic in terms of that. And all the other specifics, then you can check what other people charge and stuff. But you need to check what's true to you, how much you're spending, the camera equipment that you use. These things are not cheap. So you can't charge the same as a person who's just, you know what I mean? So you need to look at those things, add it up, and then have a proper price. TikTok. I just want to check. This is a question now for you. TikTok blocked my lives. They blocked it because they said I was nude on a live, and now I was not naked. So I need to check, how do we go about fixing that? Because I've been trying to contact and stuff. They still come and say I've, breached stuff. How does that
I
work?
did actually see your email. I will have a conversation with you outside of this. Thank you so much, everybody. Please give these lovely content creators a round of applause. Follow them on TikTok. I think that's the end of our panel discussion. We will stick around for those who have more questions, but thank you.
I hope that everyone is really taking in some notes. A lot of questions coming through. As I mentioned at the start, there will be a tea break to pose these questions, and you can just grab one of the speakers or the panelists to pose it. If you are streaming on TikTok, you can pop your question in the comment section and we'll field it to the panel on the ground. Be sure to engage with the content and take your pictures and post it and tag DStv Content Creator Awards on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. The hashtags are all across the room. If you are wondering what that is, it's DSTVCCA, hashtag of course, and hashtag Content Creator Awards. I mentioned earlier that we have a list of great speakers, just a bit of a sneak peek as to what's coming up. We're talking all things podcasts next. The podcast manager for Sub-Saharan Africa for Spotify is here. And then we'll take a tea break for about 20 minutes. After that, we'll have another panel discussion, and it's something that we briefly touched on and flirted about now. It's the business side of content creation, and that's coming up after the tea break. And then we'll have lunch at 12:30, and then we'll wrap up with how we can make money and how we can strike brand deals straight after that. I hope that everyone is enjoying themselves so far. Cool. So as I said, if you have any questions, post the questions. We'll try to do and take as many of those questions as possible, and then just grab the people and connect with the people otherwise. We'll kickstart the podcasting session in the next little bit.
Hello, I'm on, right? Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's so great to be here and to see some familiar faces. Hey, Cheryl. Thank you so much for this invitation to come and share with you all about podcasts. Let me just take you through what we'll discuss. My clicker is not working. Okay. Okay, cool, perfect. Or perhaps before that, just a little bit of background. I am at heart a creator. I started a podcast in 2018, 2019. Called In Therapy. And the reason I started my podcast is because at the time I was in therapy, and a lot of people kept coming to me and saying, what the hell are you doing in therapy? What do you talk about, et cetera, et cetera. And so for me, I felt like the easiest way to get to people was to create a podcast, and that's what I did, and that's how I end up here. So all the struggles about consistency, finding your niche, what it is that you're going to be talking to people about, I completely understand them. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take you through, oh, the clicker is giving me problems. Okay, just an overview of what we'll cover in the next 30 minutes. Firstly, I'm going to give you an overview of podcasts in South Africa, just to give you some pointers about what is it that works in terms of genres, etc. Then we'll talk about creating your podcast. And then I'll go into talking about Spotify for Podcasters, which is our creator tool. It's an app that you can download now while I'm speaking if you don't already have it. Also, we'll talk about growing your audience, and very briefly, because I saw all of the questions that everyone answered about what it is that you want to discuss, and monetization obviously is a very big issue. Okay, so I did want to have a sense of who is in the room. Obviously, there's a lot of people, we can't get to everyone. Are there any podcasters in the room? Any. Okay, I'd love to know who you are, what your podcast is about. Alternatively, just tell us what podcast you like listening to. I saw a hand over there. Okay, cool. Okay, we're getting a mic to you. Thanks.
All right. So I did start a podcast with a friend of mine, and obviously because everyone is starting a podcast and we do have conversations, that we thought, hey, we should be recording these conversations. We did that, and we've been posting on YouTube. We haven't posted on Spotify yet, but we talk about retirement, thinking about it at an early age as opposed to when you're 65.
That's cool. Let's hand it over to.
I've also started a podcast with my boys, and similar to him, it was that moment where we'd have a very funny conversation and think, people would love this. So we started posting on YouTube as well. It's called Squad Inc., or we call it the Squad Talks. So we basically talk about anything news, anything recent that's happening in South Africa or international, and we just general discussions about and basically anything.
Okay, Squad Inc. Make a note and listen. One more.
The Squad Talks.
Squad Talks. There's someone there. Right in the middle. Please keep your hand up here.
Thank you. Mine's about contemporary and historical African fashion. Right now it's just my name, Kinsani Mtatlule. I haven't given a name yet.
Okay, cool. Great to hear, and thank you for sharing. I love podcast recommendations because often I find that as podcast listeners, you have a sense of what's out there, but really it's all about the recommendations that you hear from people when you start to really understand what podcasts to start listening to. So why, as a content creator, should you consider a podcast? Firstly, chances are you are already podcasting. I love what these guys were saying about sitting there and having conversations and realizing this is actually valuable stuff. Someone earlier on said, we are all experts. And I think when it comes to podcasting, you are an expert of your life in most instances. And so even that is reason enough or impetus for you to start a podcast. Secondly, you can reach a new audience. So if you, for instance, are on TikTok and creating skits, if I'm not necessarily on TikTok, this is a way for you to introduce new audiences and find new audiences via Spotify. Also, you can expose your existing audience to a really different side of you, right? Because we're all multifaceted, right? I don't know, do dance challenges, but people don't actually know that I am passionate about retirement. Sorry, I'm gonna have some water. People don't know that I'm passionate about retirement because they only see one side of me. And so podcasting is really a way for you to then introduce people to that side of you. We spoke about brands earlier, and I think podcasting is also a way to show brands your versatility as a creator. You might have built a really strong audience on one platform, but now if you're doing long-form content based on the content that you create, this is a really awesome way to then expand your skills. The other reason is that Spotify for Podcasters, which is this app I'm talking about, makes it really easy to create a podcast. And if there is enough time, I'd love to do a demonstration to show you how. It's also one of the biggest growing mediums. And so you really want to get in right now. In South Africa and in Sub-Saharan Africa, we are still in the very early stages of our growth, but I think there's a lot of potential. I mean, with everyone who's sitting here, it's only, I don't know, like a 10th of the room that has created a podcast. And so there really is an opportunity to get into this space. There's 5 million podcasts on Spotify at the moment and growing. And this is just in a space of 4 million. Of 4 years. People always joke that everyone and their mother has got a podcast these days. And it's clearly not true to some extent. But the beautiful thing about podcasting is that you really can create a podcast about anything. And you will find that audience. We were speaking about finding a niche earlier on. It really is about finding that niche. If you are passionate about knitting, you would never think people will be interested in knitting, but actually there are podcasts about knitting and there are audiences that will follow that. You also have access to an audience of 500 million. that is now available on Spotify, and these are audiences around the world. Our tools on the platform are able to show you exactly where your audience is coming from. For the people who just listen to podcasts, I know, for instance, if I listen to a podcast that is global, there's nothing I love more than hearing a podcaster saying, and hello also to all the people in South Africa, right? And our tools allow you to be able to see, okay, if I have, for whatever reason, there's interest in my podcast in Kenya, perhaps I should start generating content around Kenya and whatever it is that they enjoy about my content. Okay, when it comes to genres, please be patient with us. When it comes to genres, at the moment in South Africa, these are the genres that do really well. Wellness, I'm sure many of you are familiar with Wisdom and Wellness. She's just one top performing podcaster that we've got, but there's plenty others who focus on wellness. Also comedy, and I say they slash funny, and that's to say you don't necessarily have to be a comedian in order to find success, as long as you've got a bit of a funny bone. And of course, that's very relative, but you'll know soon enough whether you're funny or not because people will tell you. And so there's lots of podcasts within this genre that also tend to do well. There's another genre that we find both globally as well as locally that does really well, and it's called life stories. That's how we term it. But really, it's about you sharing about your life. Often, life stories is solo commentary, which I really love because then you don't have a team of other people that you need to figure out schedules for recording, et cetera, et cetera. So for instance, with After School is After School, Google literally sits there for 20 minutes and she says, this is what I learned about creating boundaries between myself and friends, right? And then she takes you through that, and people absolutely love that. One of her best performing podcasts is about navigating life in your 20s. That's something that I think a lot of us can relate to, even if you are on the other side of 20. I listen to that podcast and I'm like, this is exactly what I needed when I was in my 20s. So that's one of the genres that does well. Also, we find that true crime in South Africa, in particular, we know why, also does well. I think we just like to spook ourselves about what's happening in the country. And there's a really big podcast by Nicole Engelbrecht called True Crime South Africa. True crime is a little bit tricky from a production perspective because it does require labor, it does require research, but from the audience perspective, people really enjoy. And if you are that way inclined, then obviously you need to find out what the best way is to have a successful podcast. So based on what I've shared, what we found, or additionally, what we found is that a lot of podcasts that do well on our platform and in South Africa in general are in English. And so there's an opportunity if you are someone who is passionate about local languages, who is fluent in local languages, to explore that. Also, the catalog in South Africa has got potential to grow. There's lots of unexplored issues, because I think for most of us, there's a certain type of podcast that we associate with podcasting, right? It's 4 people sitting around a room and discussing maybe current affairs or social commentary, etc. But actually, there's a lot that we are currently not doing and could potentially be doing. I just put some examples there. So sex and sexuality, for instance. It's Pride Month, and there aren't enough topics, podcasts locally that focus on pride. Storytelling. This is you saying, "Kwasuka sukela, genye imini, kwati, 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 kwati." You know what I mean? That kind of story, that kind of podcast does exceptionally well in other regions, but in South Africa, we haven't really gotten into that part yet. When it comes to skits, for instance, people enjoy audio more than we think. South Africa is a big radio listening country, and a lot of that has to do with our affinity with audio. And so there's potential to think beyond the box, to think beyond just 4 people sitting with a microphone in how you create a podcast. So some things to think about if you are, can I check time? Okay, I'm good. Some things to think about when you want to create your podcast. The first thing is your why, right? Why are you doing this? And the why, I find, gives you longevity, and it gives you a golden thread. your why can be as superficial as you like. It can be as deep as you like, but as long as it's something that you keep going back to as the thing that gives you drive. We spoke about consistency. There's nothing as difficult as consistency than in podcasting. But if you have that why and you keep going back to that why, it'll really help you. Also, who is your target audience? Very specifically. So for instance, if you are servicing an audience that wants to, an example I put up there, you want to service an audience that is interested in cheap travel and your focus is students, right? Then you need to be very clear that that is who you are talking to. I loved what the panelists were saying is that you don't have to figure this out at the beginning, but if you just have a roadmap for yourself to say, this is where I want to get to, then it's important to have that. And as I say, again, be specific. So it's not, your podcast is not just about sport, but it's about the Gauteng Netball Championship. Probably not the most exciting thing, but as I say, there will be followers, right? I played netball, I wasn't great, I was a wing attack, and I probably played for like 1 season because, as I say, I wasn't great. But if you told me that there's a podcast about netball and being nostalgic about it and speaking to players, I'll probably listen. Because the thing about podcasting is that ultimately it's about storytelling, right? There are things that so with business, for instance, I'm not great with business, but there's podcasts about business that I enjoy because it's, as much as it's about business, it's also about these two bosses who've been fighting, or these two companies that have been fighting over advertising for years. That's interesting because it's about jealousy and and this one won and this one. Do you know what I'm saying? So if you keep going back to that thing that it's about storytelling ultimately, right? So that podcast I mentioned about netball, it can be about characters rather than, oh, this is just a championship. But you need to figure that out. And that, I think, leads me very nicely to the next part, show format. What's your format going to be? I already spoke about solo commentary, and that's literally you sitting in your bedroom. I don't know if anyone knows Anything Goes with Emma Chamberlain. Has anyone ever heard of it? You'll find it on Spotify. I saw a nod. I saw one nod. You'll find it on Spotify. Literally, she sits there on her bed with a cat and talks about what happened to her that day. She is doing exceptionally well. That's just you, right? As long as you believe in your heart that there is something that you can share with people. Fictional storytelling, one-on-one interview, and we'll obviously share the spreadsheet. This is just to give you a sense of what you need to be thinking about. Then your episode format. This is, how does this start? Is there a little jingle at the beginning? And then you play a game. You ask each other questions as the two co-hosts. You go to your audience feedback from last week. After that, you do a little agony aunt because your podcast is about love and somebody has just lost somebody before you then go into the interview, right? This is, as a listener, the things that I expect to know every single time. Obviously, you want to be, we're all creatives here. You want to have the liberty to do whatever it is that you want every once in a while, but we are creatures of habit. And I speak about this elsewhere. We're creatures of habit, and so people want to have a sense. I can't tell you the number of podcasts I listen to, and 15 minutes in, I still don't know what it's about. And some people are really entertaining as speakers, and so I'll sit and listen, but I'm still like, oh, what's this about? I got things to do. I need to move on to the next podcast. You know what I'm saying? So you also want to think about, in your formatting, how quickly do you then get into the topic? I tend to enjoy those podcasts that don't necessarily start with, yo, this is what we're talking about, but just reflect a little bit. Yeah, but that's all part of the formatting. The name, show, description, make the description interesting. I think that's the most important thing here. You can say, my podcast is about relationships. Or you can say, have you ever been ghosted? Have you just found love in the last 3 years? This is the podcast for you. My name is Ngabakazi Manzi, and the podcast is called da-da-da. You can see the difference, right? Because that's what's going to make you stand out, because your description grabs me, and I already know that this is what it's about. Similarly, with your trailer, there's an opportunity to create a trailer that will give people a sense within 10 seconds that, okay, this is my podcast. This is exactly what I want to be hearing. Very important is your publishing schedule. People want to know, when is it coming out? Wednesday, 5 p.m. every single time. Because with podcast listening, most of the time, people have a habit attached to it. So it's either I'm walking into the shower and I've got my speaker, or I'm chopping vegetables, or I'm driving home. And so it's very important, once you've found that audience, to be committed to them and deliver to them on a regular basis, and with a cadence that they can expect, right? I know in my time, I had 10 episodes, heavily produced, and I took 2 season breaks, which is not cool, right? Because how is it that you've got 2 season breaks in a 10, you know what I'm saying? And I potentially lost audience as a result of that. So you wanna make sure that you're keeping to that schedule. Also, publishing during the week is way better than on the weekends, because we all know with our own lives, on the weekend, you're just like, oh, I don't want someone teaching me about life, please. I'm living my life, you know? So that's also very important to keep in mind. Now, creating with Spotify for podcasters. It's an app that I hope everyone will download today, that allows you to basically supercharge your podcast. It gives you almost everything that you need in order to create a successful podcast on Spotify, which you are also able to distribute elsewhere. What it does, amongst many things, is that it allows you to record, to add guests or co-hosts with you, add transitions, background music, and also gives you access to analytics, which are critical in your growth journey. It's fairly easy. I'm going to go through this quite quickly. It's very intuitive. So once you are on it, you'll start seeing how easily it works. You'll lay your vocals, you'll edit, you'll put in transition music, etc., and it'll allow you can go through these, and it allow you to then publish not only on Spotify, but anywhere else where you want your content to be found. At the end, if we have time, I will do a quick demonstration with a volunteer who will volunteer themselves and not by me. Yeah, but I think we can skip through a few of these. Yeah, and you'll enter it also gives you the option for uploading cover art. The point of Spotify, if there's anything you take away, the point of Spotify for podcasters is to make it really easy for you, and to also make it easy without you pumping in resources. People spoke about making money. So you don't want to be putting in money right at the beginning of your podcasting journey. The money will come for you to be able to invest, but at the beginning, your cell phone is more than enough for you to be able to record, right? And publish on a regular basis. Video podcasting is also available on the platform in terms of you uploading video. And what we find is that audiences really enjoy video. And the advantage of doing video on Spotify is that it also gives you the opportunity for backgroundability. In other words, if you don't want to see the video, you can cut it out and just focus on the audio. Again, because of our habits, because if you're cooking, you might not want to be watching the video. I've already mentioned that it is free and also allows you to distribute to other spaces. And beyond that, you can also move your hosting wherever you are hosted currently. You can then shift to Spotify for podcasters because of all the tools that it allows you to have. Are we still clicking? Okay. For further assistance, those are the details that you need. Can we click through? I think we're struggling. Okay, people always want to know, what equipment do I need? As I keep saying, your cell phone at the beginning is more than enough. If you want further suggestions of which kind of equipment you need, depending on your setup, and that could either be at home or in a studio, then you can go to kit.co/anchor, and that allows you to have an idea of the kind of mic that you need, the kind of desk that you need. But I would suggest that think about these only further down the line. Okay, we'll skip the demo for now, and we'll do it at the end. The basics of podcast growth. So the first thing, and I think everyone is going to be talking about this, consistency. I lost loads of listeners because I was not there yet, you know. So consistency in publishing, consistency in promotion. I discover a lot of podcasts from other platforms. TikTok is a great place to discover podcasts. I'm always seeing little videos, clips, right? So you want to make sure that you're creating hype around each and every single episode before, once you've published, and even after. Also using some of the tools that we've got to engage people. We've got Q&A on the platform and polls, right? Which allow people to, which allow you to engage your audience and create even more content. One of the things that we've found when it comes to consistency is that 86% of top performing shows on Spotify are shows that are always on. So always on being that it's either on a daily basis, that's very hard, but it is doable, or on a weekly basis. When you are cutting your show into season, it tends to do, it doesn't perform as well. Obviously, you need to sustain your energy. You don't want to burn out for content. And so there are certain hacks that you can use in order to make sure that you are consistent. One of these is that at the beginning of your journey, as much as I keep saying, oh, it's easy and you probably want to get home and start your podcast today, I would say don't. What you want to do is to bank a few episodes, maybe even up to 10, that you can then figure out, okay, of the 10 that I recorded, which is a banging one that I can start off with, but also I'm now no longer under pressure to record next week, because if the game is consistency and I started uploading at 5 p.m., next week I need another episode, and the week after that, and life happens. That's the reality. Sometimes you really don't feel like it, but as long as you've got an episode in your back pocket. With social media, obviously just using different ways of drawing people's attention to your podcast. A little quote that says, I don't know, I found that mofo who ghosted me, right? That's going to get me interested. What is that about, right? More than you saying, listen to my podcast, listen to my podcast. So finding creative, interesting ways. And I think you guys are already doing this in various ways, right? So applying that also in your podcasting journey. I think we can move. Okay, insights on the back end, absolutely critical. I've mentioned this. Q&A and polls, I've mentioned this. 5 minutes, okay, great. We also have new episode notifications, so you can let people know that such and such an episode is coming up, and that's a great way to prime your audience, and they will come through. Also, you can get them to rate your podcast. And the algorithm eventually, when it sees, oh, this girl is getting ratings of 5, obviously you want your people to be as honest as possible, and they probably will be, but it'll start picking up that, okay, this is a great podcast to recommend to people, and so you want to make use of that. You can also create a playlist, maybe the best of the retirement episodes, right, to share with people, just as an introduction of your podcast. You can also create a playlist of other podcasts similar to yours, because often people will start their journey with one podcast, but then move on to other things within their interests. Cross-promotion is very critical. Partly why I love getting people to talk about the podcast that they're creating is so that when you're networking, you can then come together and be like, yo, can you promote me on your podcast and I'll promote you on my podcast. And there's various ways of doing this. It can either be just you saying, hi, this is the podcast, and I'd like to recommend this podcast for you. Or someone drops you a whole promo, and you guys swap these promos with each other. Or what we call a drop feed or feed drop, which is you taking 10 minutes of your podcast, giving it to another podcaster. They play those 10 minutes, obviously provide context, recommending in a very strong way because it was such a powerful episode, and then using that feed drop to continue with their own content that is maybe similar or moving completely in the different direction, and then both of you swapping this content. We find that that's one of the biggest ways of driving growth. You can also submit your show to us for on-platform marketing. I think you can just skip straight to the QR code. Go back. So this QR code has a form that you can fill in and share with us what your podcast is, and we will then promote your podcast on platform. Once we've listened and checked the quality, the recommendations for quality are not that high. It's not impossible. You don't have to create like a Oscar-winning audio, but it has to be good enough that even if you're listening, if you're in doubt, you know that it's not good enough, right? And so through this, we will then promote your podcast on platform in order for it to be discovered by people who are constantly looking for content. Be patient. As the creators said earlier on, it does take time, but once people are following you and they enjoy your content, they will be truly, truly loyal. I think in the few minutes that I've got left, I want to talk about monetization. Similar to TikTok, Spotify is not monetized in Africa and in many different markets around the world. But it doesn't mean that there isn't an opportunity for you to speak to brands once you are considered credible, once your podcast has really grown. What we do at the moment as Spotify is to focus on your growth, because we want to make sure that by the time monetization comes to the continent, you are in a good space to be able to have really strong numbers and make a living from the content that you do. There's also other ways of revenue generating. I've had the privilege just this year alone of attending 3 podcast events. That space is becoming really big in South Africa. I was speaking to colleagues elsewhere around the world, and they were really surprised at how big eventing is becoming around podcasts. And so that's an opportunity once you've grown your audience, and Spotify will come along. If you give us a really great pitch, we can come along and support you with your event in whatever way, right? And collaborate with you. Another way is podcast merch. Once people, there's a loyalty towards your show, people really want to wear branded material. In South Africa, I've seen 1 or 2. It's not all that big yet, but it is an opportunity. So as you're mapping out your journey with podcasting, these are the sort of things that you can think about before monetization comes. How is it that you can make sure that your podcast is not only a fantastic product to listen to, but something that people can really be attached to and buy the products and attend the events, etc., etc. Okay, cool. I'm not going to play that. So thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Yes, we can absolutely take questions.
Well, hi everyone. I'm Tabile TTO. I host a weekend breakfast show on VOW FM. It's called the Weekend Breakfast Punch. I wanted to find out in terms of kind of using Spotify. It's a weekend breakfast show. Not too many people tune into the show. And I feel like I've got great content, got great conversations. Can I take that on-air content and amplify it onto Spotify? Does that then become a podcast?
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of, in fact, a lot of podcast listening at the moment is driven by radio stations, 947 who are here today. I've got a lot of podcasts that are with us. So absolutely, put that content, because if I don't listen to VOW FM, but I happen to see, and I only want to listen to you, I don't care about everybody else, I can find that on Spotify and listen. So absolutely, if you need to chat about how to do that, it's fairly easy. Spotify for podcasters, clip that, put it on. Yeah, yeah.
Hola. So, you know how one and their best friends always think they need a show or a podcast or a reality TV show or anything of that sort? Is there like a platform where you can be able to send out your podcast that you've done to a professional to listen to them and maybe tell you you're on the right path or not? Because, I mean, as creatives, we've got this mindset that we can literally do everything, but we can't be really good in everything. Without embarrassing ourselves and thinking, yes, we've got this, is there a place where we can send out our material, somebody listen to it and give pointers and say, work on this, don't work on that, instead of just putting it out there on the platforms and then, yes.
Yeah. You know, the most important ally in terms of that is the audience itself. So don't panic too much about, oh, is it the right, Just create, send it out to a few people, to friends, once it's on, you will also have a sense, because if episode 3 did really well and suddenly episode 4 and your microphones weren't working all that great, you know what the problem was, right? So you just want to make sure that you are using the audience that you are creating as an ally in your journey as a, yeah. But you can get in touch with me on LinkedIn. It's just, it becomes a lot of volume for us to be able to listen to. That's just being realistic, but the audience will be the ones that tell you, and you'll see from the ratings, and they'll give you that feedback. Yeah. I think there's one more. Oh.
Hi, my name is Vusumzi. I am a baker and a musician. So I have a bakery and a shop with an online storefront powered by Shopify. I use Meta for sales integration, so I can sell my products on Facebook and Instagram. These are like cakes and muffins and anything sweet, really. So my question is, does Spotify for podcasts allow users or creators to attach external links that will take listeners who are interested in whatever, let's say, I'm selling to that specific shop, and someone can buy the same way that Spotify does it for merchandise? And my second question is, when it comes to creating the podcast, what are the limitations when it comes to music? Can I use any music? Can I use original music? And does Spotify for podcasts actually pay musicians when that music has been incorporated into the soundtrack? Thank you.
Okay, when it comes to the first question, at the moment we are not enabled for connecting your merch in a similar way to like artists on the podcasting side. What I've seen a lot of people do is in their show description, they tell us how to access their whatever it is that they want to sell. So that's a hack that you can use for now. Just pop it in the description and people will likely do that. Then the second question around music. So if you use music that is not authorized, as in you got permission from either the artist themselves or the label, your podcast does run the risk of being taken down. What you can do is either to get original music, and original music can be your buddy who's in a band, and maybe he's not great, but like just a young skiingly at the beginning, you know what I mean, as an intro. You're also promoting that person. That's what I did. My person was great, and I would then credit them at the end, because it's a plug also for your friend who's a musician, right? We will eventually down the line, I can't even say when, allow to make sure that the artist is protected and people aren't just grabbing their music and they're not compensated for that. Yeah.
Thank you. That does sum that up, but you obviously are welcome to chat during the break. Also, we want to say a special thank you to Spotify, who aptly is sponsoring the Spotify Podcast of the Year Award category. So thank you very much. So,
Everybody.
So quick little punt. If you haven't entered your podcast, you have until the 19th of June. We are going to go to a very, very short break. We're like sort of 5 minutes over, so it's a 15-minute break. If you could all please be back here at 11:20 for our next session. Thanks. So hope you had some tea, some coffee, a little bit of caffeine. We're moving into the next stretch before lunch. So it's only going to get more interesting. So today we're now moving into a panel discussion to discuss the business side of content creation. So I know when we sent out the registration form to all of you, we asked you like, what are some of the questions that you want us to address today? And overwhelmingly, just like the previous TikTok panel, is like, how do I monetize my content? How do I make money? How? And the other side of that is you can't just make money. You have to kind of be a business and a brand in your own right to make money, right? So we're going to discuss that today, and we're going to look at it from 4 different perspectives. So let me introduce our panel, if this thing works. Yay! Okay. So first we have Omar Morto, who's a content creator, but also does all the social media for the DStv Content Creator Awards. So if you aren't liking our posts, he's going to come and have a chat with you. Ongeziwe Jonas, who's joining us from Youthfluence. Manuela mentioned them earlier. So Onkazi was going to be talking to us from an agency perspective because Youthfluence pairs influencers and content creators with brands, which is something a lot of you are very interested in. And then Sharon Valstar, it's very close to our heart. She is the general manager of Stay and Entertainment and also the and also the festival director of Rocking the Daisies. And you can imagine that is a content powerhouse in and of itself. And then me, I am the communications director at One Eye Jack, and we work with a lot of content creators, influencers, obviously, and we pioneered the DStv Content Creator Awards. So I want to talk a little bit around kind of PRing yourself and your brand. So this is a discussion. I sent the panel lots of very strict questions yesterday. No, I'm kidding. I was like, I'm just going to wing it. I'm like, oh, that's fine. So, but as much as like there are a few points we want to discuss, it's very much is a discussion. So Omar, let's start with you. Yeah. So we met Omar through TikTok, a TikTok introduction. When we were brainstorming, we were like, well, as Manuela mentioned, everyone who works on the DStv Content Creator Awards is a content creator, whether you're in the show, whatever it might be, and Omar is a content creator. We're like, well, we need a content creator to manage our social media. So that's how we met Omar. He started working with us at One Eye Jack. He's still with us. He's hasn't run away from us. He also now works on Fame Week Africa, in addition to his day job at Good Hope FM, so very busy. So yeah, Omar, for you, you've gone from being a content creator to kind of running your own business, really, in your own way. Like, we get an Omar Morto invoice every month, and so tell us what that journey was like for you to actually become a business person.
I was actually, just before the panel started, I was having a chat with Nombulelo, and I was explaining, like, every single time something happens to me, I am extremely surprised. I am always just excited when I get an email to say, hey, you're booked, or okay, cool, payment confirmed, or anything, or we're interested in working with you. Just because I come from a background of music and being a DJ, being a producer, and a lot of times in that industry, you become very much used to getting to certain places, to getting streams, but with content creation, it's not necessarily a fight, it's not necessarily a battle, but every day is a surprise. When you get, like Zayan said, when she got her first 100 likes, it's exciting because you're engaging with people every single day. And for me, as a content creator, learning how to I'm treating myself as a business. I'm treating myself as a brand as well, because I know that, okay, cool, when I go out, I need to look a certain way. I need to be presentable, because just in case somebody that follows me says, hey, isn't that Omar? And walks up to me and I'm in shabby looking in my track pants. And you never look shabby. I never look shabby. No, that's true. But I used to be okay with going to the mall in like pajama pants and things. And I think things like appearance and your reputation, it's very, very important in delivering the work on time and delivering the work to a standard that not only the brand that you're working with is happy with, but that you are happy with at the end of the day. Because 6 months from now, you want to be able to go back to that video and say, okay, cool, it still holds quality.
100%. And I think as an agency, we take content creators more seriously when they are professional and they have a letterhead, and we can find your email address as opposed to having to search for it and whatever the case might be. So I think that's a very important journey, is to, as you say, really look at the business side of what it means, which sounds quite daunting because you're spending so much of your time creating the content, but you also have to manage that as a business, right? So I mean, that's an individual perspective. If we can go to OJ, I'm allowed to call her OJ, I did check. She works at Youthfluence. So your role is you're vetting the influencers, you're finding them. And I mean, we use the term influencers and content creators kind of interchangeably. And your job really is to make sure that the people you choose and pair with the brands are right. And I think another aspect around being in the business of content creation is to understand that brands have objectives, they have KPIs, they have to report back to their bosses. So, oh, I love this piece of content, but it actually didn't do what it needed to do, right? And so that's where Youthfluence comes in, because you pair the influencers with the brands. So tell us about some of those experiences and your learnings of working with influencers who are kind of new to that.
I feel like with that, it's very important to have an understanding, have a clear understanding of the brief itself. So when you get a brief from the actual client, you as Youthfluencer have to first understand what is actually expected from the influencer. So I can't give someone a brief that I also don't understand. So it all goes back to understanding the brief, because if myself, I don't understand the brief and I give someone else the brief, they will also create something that will end up getting rejected by the client. So having clear communication, also understanding the brief is very important, because you find in some cases that you will be given a brief, I will understand it, and how you understand the brief is completely different from how I maybe expected you to. So that's why we sometimes have a thing of having meetings. We give you the brief, you read it on your own time, then we have a meeting where we then break it down and then make you understand how we actually get it, because we understand things differently. So it's very important to make a person understand, and also do not be afraid to ask questions. If you get a brief and you do not understand, ask questions. Even in those meetings, you have to ask questions. Don't wait for someone else to say something. If you do not understand, say it. Otherwise, you will end up doing something that will end up being rejected, and we don't want to keep on redoing content. So it's just better to get it first time, and then everything will be okay. So don't be afraid to ask questions.
And how do you source and find the influencers and the content creators that you work with? I know that Youthfluence has a sort of a database, but how do you pair them? How do new creators in the room kind of get onto radars, your kind of radars, brand radars? What is it that you're looking for from them?
So, okay. So firstly, we have our own database, as you've already expressed. We also go into Instagram. We focus on Instagram, but also tapping into TikTok. But on Instagram specifically, I then look at your page. It's very important to write on your actual bio what you're about. So I can't just assume by looking at the pictures or your videos that you are a content creator. You have to write on your bio your niche. You also have to write and specify that you're actually a content creator. If you're a YouTuber, also write it there, because that's where I actually go to source you out. So you have to write something on your bio that tells me that you are a content creator and that you're ready to work and what type of niche you're into. So if you are focused on lifestyle, I need to see it on your bio and know that exactly, okay, cool, this person actually aligns with the brand that I'm currently working with, and I can reach out to this person. So for me, it's very important. The bio is important. It tells me a lot about yourself. And so I need to know exactly what I'm getting myself into. I don't want to be in a situation where I assume that you're a lifestyle content creator and I reach out to you and only to find out that you're not. So it's very important for me to know exactly what I'm getting myself into. So Instagram, yes, we do.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I will touch on a bit later, is this whole idea of profiling yourself and PRing yourself and making sure that what you're saying, what you're putting out into the world is consistent. And I think it's something Omar touched on as well, is, and something I want to chat to Shannon about, is you exist outside of just what people see on the screen. And when people encounter you in the real world, it's who you are. So, you know, we work with a lot of creators who have their stage names, but then they also have obviously their real names. And, you know, sometimes you have to navigate who we're kind of talking to. So if I can go over to Shannon as well. So Shannon, as I said, is the festival director of Rocking the Daisies, and one of the top festivals in the country. And you can just imagine it's a massive hub of content creation. But also what's very interesting about Daisies is it is, as much as about content creation, it's about different types of content, but also, and it's something Shannon and I spoke about yesterday, was a property like Rocking the Daisies creates multiple avenues for multiple revenue streams. So by that I mean, you know, you might be on TikTok as a dancer, but someone like Shannon will see that content and actually invite you to be a dancer at Rocking the Daisies. So tell us a little bit more about kind of how you source content and kind of your relationship with content and content creators.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think a lot of people historically view TikTok, Instagram, Twitter as this virtual reality, you know. It's almost hard to imagine that if you're a TikTok dancer, you could cross over to the real world and be on a stage at Rocking the Daisies supporting a massive artist like Kelani as a backup dancer, you know, just off the back of that. But for us at Rocking the Daisies and Stay in Entertainment, that has happened so often. And I have many examples, but the one that is always my favorite is our social media manager now, Palesa, is first and foremost was a content creator on TikTok. She wasn't a massive content creator. She was kind of like a micro, what we would call a micro content creator. And I stalked this girl for months, guys. I'm like one of those lurkers on TikTok. I have a TikTok profile, but I've never posted at all. And she was posting such cool, relatable content that spoke to our audience, that spoke to who we were targeting as Stain Entertainment. And the one day she made a very real TikTok about her, I want to call it uproar, but that's probably a very strong word, for our Daisyland pricing that we put out last year. And a lot of it was very positive. She said some really nice things about the festival, but she was also just very genuine. She was like, this is atrocious. What do you get for this? And she went through everything. But I was so engaged by her content piece that by the end I forgot that, oh flip, I work for this brand. You know, I was like, yo, you're right, Palesa. Oh my gosh. And by the end, I ended up following her on the Rocking the Daisies account. And for 3 months, I stalked this girl. I watched everything of hers. And randomly one day I DM'd her, and she's now our social media manager. She never thought that she would land up in that field at all. And this is all off of a video that I got sent, which was actually not the best coverage for daisies, but any coverage is good, of course. And because she was so relatable, she was so genuine, she was so authentic to herself, we loved that as a brand. And I think that's where, as brands, it's so important that we get people who aren't just fluffing us up. That's why it's important. In the earlier panel, they spoke about being authentic, only working with brands that you actually care about, products that you actually would use. If you don't drink alcohol, don't work with an alcohol brand, because I promise you, your authenticity is completely lost. And we all see that as brands all the time. We can see when something isn't real, when something is purely being done for the paycheck at the end. And I promise you, it's going to limit the amount of paychecks you get along the way. So yeah, I mean, that's one of my real life TikTok to virtual world stories. We've also got that for musicians. We've had a few people on the lineup from last year who I found on TikTok and on Instagram. And it happens all the time. We have a whole team that are constantly looking at this, because I think the virtual world and the real world after COVID have merged so well. And it's been so beautiful to see how this platform, especially one like TikTok, has created so many more opportunities for performers in the creative world to be seen and heard than it was before. Because people 10 years ago who were musicians, I promise you it was 10 times harder to make it. So those ones who now you look at them and you're like, oh, it's old news, you've got to give them so much credit, because what they did to get where they are now, I promise you it was 100 steps harder than it is today.
I think that's so valuable, and I think what will distinguish to that point now, instead of maybe there's 5 or 10 people vying for a space, theoretically, you have 100 or 1,000. What's going to set you apart is your business acumen and treating yourself as a business, and your professionalism and how you engage brands. And, you know, it's not just, well, okay, well, you like my content, so you must like me. Well, what does that actually mean in terms of that relationship with my client? Because at the end of the day, that's what you're going to start having is clients. But I mean, your story from kind of going from being someone on social media to being a social media manager is very similar to Omar's story with us. What would you say was your biggest learning curve in terms of like going from being just a creator to having clients? Apart from me messaging you at all hours, giving you a hard
Excel
time.
spreadsheets.
I've tried to get Omar onto Google Sheets. It doesn't work. No, it's fine. We move on.
I think the biggest change was my day-to-day was according to me, according to what I feel in the moment. If I feel like shooting a video today, I will shoot a video today. If I don't, I won't. But with working with someone and, in a sense, working for someone and having to, you're responsible for their brand for a long period of time. You have to have clear communication. You have to have day-to-day engagements, even if it's something that you feel silly about asking. I think I've texted Darren like at 3 a.m. asking something that I thought at the time was a dumb question and had an obvious answer, but in the end, it just makes it so much more clear what the path is forward after that, because then you're not just posting what you feel like posting, and then later on somebody comes back and says, but why did you post that at that time, and the messaging was wrong, or this doesn't represent the brand properly. I think the key there is finding the middle ground between your creativity, because we now live in an era where brands are cool with a TikTok account that looks like it's just memes. And it works for the brand. It has to be a discussion between the social media manager or content creator that's behind that to say, okay, cool, this is my vision. This is what I want this to be. This is how I will be represented through the product that I deliver to you. But what is it that you also want out of this? Are you okay with this one platform looking like this and the others looking different? Or is that what the aim is? I think it's just to double down on it is clear communication and being able to, I mean, us as content creators, very often we are introverts. That is why we started making videos at home while the pandemic was happening. And it's sometimes very difficult to go outside of that and speak face to face with somebody else that is now a client of yours. But it's something to take on. It's a challenge. It's something that you can learn from. It's something that you can grow into being able to do. And down the line, when you're working with other brands, it's just going to set you up to work with them much easier. And the workflow is going to be so much more streamlined that way. Just be clear, communicate from the beginning, set boundaries, and also find the middle ground.
Yeah, and I think that's something that if I can go to OJ, a large part of what you do is manage that middle ground, right? Between what the influence and the content creators' passion is and their niche and the content they're creating versus the brand expectation and those sort of KPIs. So what do you see as, from your experience, some of the biggest learning curves you encounter when you start engaging with content creators in a sort of professional sense of, we're booking you for a campaign, we're paying you money, here's a contract, which is quite scary in and of itself. Like, what do you see as the biggest learning curve that the room can kind of take away?
I honestly feel like let's go back to when you're actually choosing one. So now you get a brand and they tell you that, okay, cool, this is what we want, right? You go out there and you find influencers, right? So also with that, you have to reach your KPI, but you also have to make sure that you're not choosing someone just because of the number of followers that they have. You also have to look at the engagement. So what we usually do is that we use a thing called the penetration rate, where we're not only focusing on the followers that you have, but also your engagement. So how we do this is that we look at your reels, maybe like, for example, we take 5 reels of yours, we look at the average number of views that you usually get on your reels, so we kind of estimate, because now we can't really rely on likes and maybe your followers, because we know some people buy likes, some people buy followers. So with that, we then take the average number of views that you have divided by the number of followers that you have, times that by 100, then by that you have a penetration rate, which kind of gives you an idea of the engagement rate that this person has. Then from there, you can see that, okay, cool, with this person, they will be able to deliver of what is expected of me. So with that, then you approach the person. But I feel like when it comes to the influencer itself, like, it's very important to pick someone that you know is going to deliver. So if maybe you were given a brand, it's an alcohol brand, and it's supposed to be playful, so you need to get someone that will actually meet that and will create content that aligns with that, because now you don't want to choose someone based on the number of followers that they have and they don't really align with it. Then now when you're getting the numbers, the audience also understand and they can see that this is not something that they usually do, and then the numbers will then decrease from there. Then also when it comes to me now looking at the actual content and the numbers that it actually got, then it's not looking good. So it all goes down to the person actually also knowing your worth and taking something that you know you can actually deliver, and not taking something just because of how much is being offered to you, because now it goes back to you and your content being rejected and having to redo it a number of times, and then you also feel bad because you feel like, I'm not getting it right. But it's a thing of just understanding that not everything that you get is for you, and also for agencies to also not take someone based on the number of followers, but look at the type of content that they actually create to make things easier for the brand and also for the content creator as well.
Yeah, and I think from a brand perspective, Shannon, how does that apply to you? Because you would have kind of set budgets in mind, set objectives, and and a lot of people in the room are like, how do I put together a quote? How do I budget? What is my value? What is my worth? And when a brand like Rocking the Daisies approaches you and they're like, we'd like to give you R5.50, obviously not, but how do you kind of work with the creators to kind of gauge, this is what we need, this is what the value is of that, so from a brand perspective?
So internally, we've come up with kind of different tiers of influencers that we work off, and straight off the bat, I want to say that influencer marketing is a massive part of our strategy now as an overall company, which it never was before, if I'm completely honest. Last year we tried it out, And we realized afterwards that across the board, besides rocking the daisies, our hotels, our record labels, influencer marketing, I think, is the secret weapon to marketing and communications nowadays. So for us, in knowing that, when we approach people, we also take a lot of time to look at who we're approaching. So depending on what we're doing and what this is for, we'll spend, it's not something that's right off the bat, you know. We've got a team that will look into, we want 10 micro influencers between 2,000 followers and 10,000 followers. And yes, 2,000 for us, that is an influencer, because it normally means that that's a very engaged audience. If you look at their engagement, if they say, buy this KFC bucket, I promise you, their audience is more likely to do it than, you know, 2 million followers and you've only got 20 comments in there, because then it feels like not as authentic all the time. So depending on what we're marketing and depending on what we're doing, we target different tiered influencers. Normally we have a number in mind, but often we love to hear from the influencers on how they value themselves, which goes back to what you guys were speaking about earlier, right? Because for us, if we can see that someone really values their content and what they're doing, we're going to take them a lot more seriously. Even if it is 10,000 Rand more than what we budgeted for someone, if you come with a plan and you're taking yourself seriously and you say, we know that this may sound expensive, but I'm going to give you X, Y, Z, and this is why my content is different to just a random video that someone is filming and putting out there. We're more likely to go with that content creator and potentially drop a few others who would just take the 2,000 Rand, quickly put something out there, get their paycheck and go, because it's more authentic, it's more real, it's more relatable, and this person is actually taking themselves seriously. So when we approach influencers and when we have influencers approach us, a lot of the time we're banking all of your proposals that you send through, because someone who's taken the time to send a proposal and say, I'm taking myself seriously enough to tell you why I fit your brand, it means that this is someone who's going to over-provide and over-deliver on the services that you're trying to get.
I think for me the key tech out there is take it seriously. Content creation, as we've all said, it isn't just this thing anymore. It is a serious, viable business. There are people in South Africa and all over the world who do this full time. And in order to do that, you need, your brand is your business and your business is your brand. And I mean, I know Laurel's telling us we have a little bit of time left and so we can move on to Q&As, but I just want to touch a little bit on that, right? In terms of also coming from an agency background where we've worked with loads of content creators and influencers, and obviously through the development and creation of the DStv Content Creator Awards, it's the influencers and the people we work with that I remember the most are the ones who show up. And I remember Mpile from DStv last year said, I'm trying to find Achi, there he is. Mpile from DStv last year said at the Kasi Marketing Lab last year in Kailicha, she said, if you are 15 minutes early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. And it's things like that to remember. Put your camera on in a Zoom meeting. Sounds basic, but so many meetings I've had where we working with someone new and they don't put their camera on, I'm like, I don't know if I want to engage with this person. And thinking about PR, the more you start to develop your profile and you start to work with the likes of Stay in Entertainment and Youthfluence and Omar, Omar's being profiled a lot more on interviews, etc. Think about kind of the PRing yourself and making sure that you are on time and that you do put your best foot forward. And it doesn't mean you don't have to be inauthentic about who you are, but it's just treated with a sense of professionalism. There's nothing wrong with having an @Gmail, but it also doesn't cost much to create a bespoke @mybrand.co.za. And I can assure you, when we get proposals from an @Gmail, it's a little bit harder to take it seriously. So you really just think about those little bits. Something Natasha from our team bemoans all the time is just put your contact details in your profile so that we can get hold of you. We've unfortunately, there've been influencers that we haven't been able to work with because they just don't come back to us and we just can't get hold of them. And that's not okay. And there are lots of free tools like Zero and invoicing tools that are on the internet that you can use. Put your little logo and your brand and you can pop that out to your clients and it immediately makes you look like a business. It immediately makes people take you a lot more seriously. So if you start taking yourself more seriously, brands and clients will start taking you more seriously. And I think also stay on top of what's trending. You know, Shannon touched on this. Give me my 2,000 Rand, let me just put this video out there and then, okay, that's great. But they're not going to come back to you because they're like, okay, well, actually I have this other idea and this is kind of what I want to be doing. And One Eye Jack as an agency wouldn't be in business if we sat around and waited for our clients to come to us. We go to them with ideas, and that's kind of how you need to approach it. So yeah, I think we have kind of a minute left and we have 10 minutes for questions. So I think if you guys are okay, we can open it up to the floor. We have 1, 2, 3. Oh, isn't no, she's coming on 12, I think. Yeah, no, we've got 10 minutes. Gail's on at 12. Oh, okay. Cool. Couple of questions.
Hello, everyone. So I have a question. You spoke a lot about how you become the brand and you become the business. So my question is, how does your personal life impact your business, in the sense when you grow bigger, you have more eyes on you and your personal life, and you are also the brand, you are also the business. From a brand's perspective, how does somebody's personal life affect their working opportunities?
For me or for Shannon? Is that for me or for Shannon? Oh, wait, oh no, okay. Okay, wait, let me just formulate the question as personal life. Sorry, guys, I process things differently. So the idea of growing as a brand, as a content creator is, like I said at the beginning, everything is a surprise for me all the time, right? So my day-to-day is quite unique. I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I produce a breakfast show in Cape Town. Okay, so starting at 9 o'clock. And then my day starts. And then I start working on the social media, start working on the content that I produce. And I think what has been important for me, turning into a brand, right, is to start taking it seriously and involving that in my everyday life. Set times during the day where I will check up on the things that I need to check up for myself. Not just, okay, cool, there's a notification, I need to go check it now. I will go, okay, cool, 1 o'clock after the kids are dropped off or picked up from school or something, I will go and check notifications, analytics, do all of the things that I need to do. So it's still a working day in the end. And that's how it has affected my personal life. It's not just, okay, cool, suddenly I need to post now. It's planned and it's scheduled, and I know exactly when I need to do what I need to do. It is a working day, and I think the mindset shift when that happens makes it so much more easy, because if you are just posting for the sake of posting during the day, it might just make you frazzled. A schedule is very, very important. It keeps you also accountable to yourself. And in the end, when you're able to keep yourself accountable to yourself, a brand is able to keep you accountable for what you're supposed to do for them. I don't know if that answers your question, but there you go.
From a brand perspective, I would say that your personal life should not affect your work life, because you should be the same person, right? And it goes back to what I said about being authentic. If brands aren't going to work with you because you prefer dogs over cats in your personal life, whatever it is, silly example, that's not the right brand for you. It's not the right brand to work with, and that brand isn't going to be speaking to you because you're not the right person, and that's okay, because there's going to be other people out there, there's going to be other brands that work for you. I think that people who are authentic, and I'm in the music industry, so let me go back to my first example and where I started in music as an entertainment manager. I always wanted to work more with the artists who exemplified who they were on social media and on the stage, behind the stage to their teams, and who they worked with. If someone was an incredible artist and visionary and showed that to their teams and guided their teams and actually did what they do as their front-facing persona, that's someone who we're going to work with more, because we respect you, because you respect yourself, and you're showing up as a consistent person the whole time. So from a brand perspective, I'd say that's my answer to you, is don't change who you are for anyone.
Okay, can I say one more thing?
Unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions after OJ, but find us at lunch.
I think with your question as well, with how your personal life can affect, or if it can't like go hand in hand, I think it's also a thin line. Because now if maybe you get a contract, and in your contract you're told not to do certain things that would taint the image of the brand that you're currently working with. So if the campaign is running for 4 months and you are in that campaign for 4 months, you can't do something that will then come back to the brand, because now you are representing that brand. Basically, like, if you're an ambassador of that brand, you can't do something now in your personal life that will then go back to the brand. So you have to also be careful about what you do outside your personal life, that it doesn't come back now to the brand, because now people, when they look at you, they think of that brand. So whatever that you do, you have to be really careful with that.
Thank you. I think take it seriously, be accountable, be authentic. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
It says the new social media rules. They're not so new anymore. Okay, you can click again. What the ARB is we are the people who regulate the content of advertising. So if you see an ad and you think it's misleading, or you think it's offensive, or you think it's racist, we are the people that you come to. And a few years ago, we realized that there was a problem in the influencer space. Partly because influencers didn't realize that they were advertising, and partly because there were no rules about it. So I'm going to talk to you about the rules that we came up together with the IAB, which is the Organization for Digital Agencies and Platforms. And these are rules that apply to any content creator, and we will talk about when it applies to you. Okay, I want you to have a look at this. You'll see I'm using very old examples because I took this from a presentation I did when we launched this. And I want you to think about it. So this is posted by a mom blogger who's also an influencer. And if you read it, she's really loved the service from Engine Petroleum. Click. Okay. Do you think it's paid for? Because I'm going to go fast, I'm not going to give you time to answer me in actual. So just answer in your heads. Do you think it's paid for? Is there anything indicating that it's paid for? No, there isn't. If it's a genuine recommendation, if I tell you she was not paid to do that, think about how it makes you feel about the brand. How likely are you, if you live near that engine, to go and give it a try if you think it's a genuine recommendation? Next one. What if I tell you that they gave her petrol for that day in order to make it? So she arrived and she said, I'm a famous influencer. And then, we'll give you petrol for the day, which could be well worth it, actually, these days. And do you still think you're going to go and try that brand? And what if I tell you she was paid for it as part of a campaign? Are you still going to go and try that brand? The way we interpret content changes from when we think it's a person's genuine opinion to when we know that it's paid for content. Okay. Consumers. So now pretend that you're not the person putting out the content. Pretend you're the person consuming the content, as you often are. You have a right to know. You have a right to know, is this a genuine recommendation, or is this something that someone's been paid for? And therefore, as an influencer, you have a duty to tell your audience. And I'm so glad that it seems like, from what I've missed, authenticity has been emphasized today, because I'm going to talk to you about why it's important from an authenticity point of view. Advertisers also at the beginning were trying to hide behind social media to make false claims. So they were going, it's not my fault that the influencer thinks that they can cure cancer in 2 days. They just said it wasn't my fault, but they'd actually said to the influencer, this is what you need to say. And the consumer had no way of knowing. Okay, what is advertising? When is it that you're in my space and you're under my eye? It's social media that promotes the use or sale of goods or services or a cause. That's advertising. If the person posting it has been given any consideration for posting it, whether it's a free tank of petrol, whether it's paid in terms of a campaign, whether it's something that came to your door, some free makeup, you have been given consideration, and if you promote that brand, you are advertising, and the rules in the advertising code apply to you. There are three things that are advertising. When a company on its own feed promotes the use of goods and services, so when Rocking the Daisies says, come to our concert, that is advertising, because it is promoting their brand. When the company pays for content by way of promoted or sponsored media, so the push that it's a sponsored media. When the company pays for content with an influencer. And then I very ungrammatically say these are both advertising, and it's no wonder I can't book talk if I can't get my grammar right. Okay, so So how should we know? What should you be doing if you are in that space, you have been given a consideration and you are promoting a good or service or cause? Sometimes it's obvious. If it's coming from the company's own page or company's own account, you know it's advertising. That doesn't have to say advertising for you to know it's advertising because it comes from Samsung. What else would they be doing? Chatting with you about the day? No, they're going to promote things. The next one, the sponsored posts, that thing saying sponsored is enough. You know that that has been paid for its push. We all are familiar enough with social media that we know that that's paid for its push. It's the next one that's the biggie. Remember this. We can go to the next one. You have to, in terms of the code, have hashtag ad or hashtag advertisement or hashtag sponsored. We are seeing a lot of hashtag paid partnership. We haven't made a decision about that yet because we haven't got a complaint. We only act when we get a complaint. I think, please don't quote me on this, I think paid partnership is okay. The question is, with the consumer looking at your post, understand that you have been paid for the content. And if that answer is yes, then you have fulfilled the requirements of the code. So it's also possible to do it very clearly in your copy. So if you say, I'm so grateful to Volvo who gave me a day's use of their new car and I enjoyed it so much. Thanks, Volvo, for the use of the car for the day, the free use of the car for the day. I'm not convinced you need hashtag ad there because you've been pretty clear of what you were given to get it and the consumer understands. It's all about, does the consumer understand? It won't hurt you to put hashtag ad. Okay, who do we go to? We hold the brand responsible. The brand has paid you, whether it's the free tank of petrol or whether it's the 1,000 Rand a day contract. The brand has paid you. They are going to get the benefit if you manage to sell the product. And therefore, if you are doing something wrong, they must take responsibility. Where was our agency? In a good contract, the brand should be holding you to these requirements. In your contract, it should say you have to say hashtag ad, you have to say hashtag sponsored. But the influencer will be named in our decision. And it's interesting, I attended a Google thing yesterday where in some countries they don't name the influencer because of privacy laws. Here we do name the influencer. And your brand will be affected if you are named in a decision where you haven't kept the rules. And this is where, so when we launched these, people went, oh, but if I put hashtag ad, no one's going to believe me and buy the thing. If you are an authentic influencer, you want your audience to know the real situation. It's part of your authenticity to tell them when you've been paid, tell them when you haven't been paid. It means your genuine opinions will land harder, but it also means that you are telling them in a small way, you can trust me to always tell you exactly what's going on with me. If you are caught not doing it and it comes out, that's when you're going to lose your ability to influence because your audience is going to know you are not authentic, you are not honest with them. And I think that might be, oh, and don't forget, we have a code full of advertising rules. And because you are now an advertising medium, you should be keeping all the other rules. And now you can go click, 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 click. Click, click, click. These are all things you've got to think about. Offensive advertising, substantiation, testimonials, comparative advertising, protection of privacy, safety, animals. But because I only have 10 minutes, I can't tell you what any of those things mean. I'm going to give you my contact details there. You can email me if you ever want to know anything, if you're unsure. And the code is on our website. It is Appendix K. And there is a question here already. Okay, you've got my contact details there. Brand promotion there. Our TikTok accounts.
Hi, so my question for you is as advertising, so I think there was one incident where a certain brand used an influencer's catchphrase. So is that brand allowed to pay the certain influencers for stealing that content, or they're not even obliged of
stole the content.
Yes, so it was a brand, a well-known brand, famous. So they stole like a catchphrase from a famous TikToker because it was trending. So it was all.
Okay, this is a whole different area. This isn't content of advertising. This is intellectual property ownership. No, you're not allowed to steal someone else's intellectual property, except that I don't understand how that works on TikTok, because TikTok seems to be that you steal people's content all day long, doing duos and snips and snaps and what. So I don't really understand that at all.
Okay, we can take one more quick question. Here we go.
Hi, good day, everyone. I just wanted to find out, you see on Facebook and stuff like that, we normally open pages for people to advertise on our pages. Like let's say maybe we have like 25,000 or 30,000 followers, and then we say they must advertise within the page. How is that regulated? Thank you.
So I'm not sure I'm 100% understanding how it works, but basically the basic rule is if it is paid for advertising, it's got to say hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored. If the page itself is sponsored, you've got to have the sponsor, but that happens automatically. You need to have something. You need to, if it's advertising, if it's a paid for situation, you need to have something. Okay, I'd have to unpack that more and understand properly how it works.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's all the time we have. I think we may have to do a whole day of this.
It could be a whole
fascinating,
day. It could be a whole day, and then you guys can teach me how to TikTok, because God knows I need help. Please have a look at the code. It's on our website. It's Appendix K. It's easy to find, and all the rules are there. If you want to lodge a complaint against someone you see not keeping the rules, because we only act on complaint, there's the address, and there's my contact.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. I'm going to have a word with management why they only gave Gail 10 minutes, but we'll see about that. So thank you, Gail. We really appreciate it. And then just before we move to lunch, we are going to invite Antoinette Benting, who's the Business Development Manager, Western Cape Workshop 17, the beautiful space we're in here. But now, if we were in Antoinette's hometown, there would be the mountain in the background, right? Of course. So we're going to hand over to you. Thank you so much. Microphone is here. I think they will click. They'll click through for you. Yeah.
I'm going to stand. Good afternoon, everybody. Full disclosure, I don't have a TikTok account. Furthermore, the topic I need to cover is partnerships. I'm by no means a content creator. I know very little about it. However, I got all of you guys in the room here to come and create your content. And that is what we tend to do, okay? Just to give you an idea, if I should ask the question, how many of you guys are in partnerships already? Not too shabby. You guys are, well done. So in terms of partnerships, just to give you some background, this event here today is as a result of a partnership. It's a partnership between Workshop 17. We came on board to provide the facilities, One Eye Jack, and then of course DStv. So the value in partnerships, it goes beyond just sort of saying, oh yes, I'm going to tag you, I'm going to do this. You know, it's something that is very real. It becomes a relationship. And like any relationship, there are things that we need to negotiate and discuss. Okay? I'm going to try and improvise on some of the things that we've got on the slide, merely because I walked into the room today and I thought, okay, I can teach some things. But then as usual, you come into a room and then suddenly realize, oh, flip, they're actually teaching you. So if I ask the question, what are you selling? If anybody, I don't like talking to myself, so if anybody is bold enough to say, oh, tell me, what are you selling on your platform? Sure? You sell cakes? Are you sure you sell cakes? There we go. There we go. So when somebody asks you, what are you selling? It's not necessarily the cake. It's how you feel when you're actually having the cake, or maybe the celebration of that cake. Okay, so when you guys are creating content, it's not just about, oh, I'm selling the cake, or I'm selling the shoes. It's how I feel when I wear the shoes and how I associate with that particular brand. At Workshop 17, I don't sell you the office. That's walls, maybe furniture. I sell you an opportunity to create a better way to work. Okay? So when you come into a Workshop 17, it's a better way to have meetings. So that is what I'm selling. The chair you can find down the road. Target market, you must know who you're selling to. Sometimes people walk in and just immediately know, okay, this is not my customer, he's not going to pay me well. So you've got to know who your target audience is. Content goals. When you do partnerships, you've got to align and have the same goals when it comes to the content. We cannot be on different pages when we decide to partner. I want to know that you're going to say my name when I'm not around. Hence, we get into these partnerships. So if I say, listen, we are going to do something and it's going to entertain people, I can't be the only one that's entertaining. You've got to be entertaining too. If it's education, then both of us must educate people. I can't be on the one page educating in one direction and suddenly you're talking about opposite things which you and I are not aligned with. Would I partner with my own brand? So that's standing in the middle and going, do I like what I see? And then do I expect everybody else to like what I see? If I don't like what I see, then I need to change that. But I cannot expect other people to partner with me if I am not realistic about who I am. What can I bring to the table? You know, I often get this, Cici Antoinette, can we collaborate? Okay, I'm open to collaboration, but what are we collaborating on? Now you haven't put thought through it. You haven't actually asked yourself, what tangible things can I take to the table? Or you haven't mastered the skill on pitching that. Because you might have value, but how you pitch it to me is a different story. I might not understand what it is that you're trying to pitch to me. So it's important to know how and what do I bring to the table. And once you know that, I think it's going to make the monetization easier. I'll monetize the chair here. I can't monetize your content. Okay. Just some things that I tend to take into the room with me when it comes to partnerships. Sharing resources. I've done partnerships where the budget has been sometimes sub-zero, like no budget. That's a time when you need to call upon somebody that has that particular resource and then just extend the partnership. You know, we're adding another partner, but it's because we actually found a gap. Hence, we're adding another partner. Creating deals, like great deals, people like things. So you partner with somebody else that can offer something, you know, those kind of things where suddenly somebody says, oh, if you partner with us, we'll give X, and then you give X. And the person on the other end, they will buy into those kind of things. Be strategic. Again, earlier on I said, you don't just do it just in J. You do it because you guys have a common goal. Human first. We spoke about authenticity. And again, the authenticity and the people first, that is very, very important. Don't do tick box. Tick box, it's not sustainable. When we talk about sustainability, and especially with partnerships, you guys have chosen this as your career path, your business path. And because I mentor young children, I often say, whatever you choose, don't chop and change too much because you need to nurture and put effort into something. So when it comes to partnerships, the only way it's going to be sustainable is I would like to be in the room today. I'd like to be in the same room with the same people in 10 years' time and in 15 years' time. So when you do your partnerships, it's a case of I'm going to evolve as a person, but I'm also mindful that you are also going to evolve. So whether we are evolving as people, as businesses, we are going to do it together so that you don't drop off. Your followers don't disappear, but they grow with you. And in that way, your partnership becomes a sustainable one. So when you're partnering and choosing those particular partners, let it be people that are going to be in there for the long haul. Okay? That partnership becomes a brag board. So it's going to seem as if I stand up here and brag now. But let's take the Branson Center for Entrepreneurship one, just because that is very, very relevant to the crew or the crowd that we have here today. We as Workshop 17, we provide meeting room use. And for quite a while, the Branson team, they were slugging in their equipment to come and record their podcasts. And eventually we sat down, we sort of unpacked, what's the better way of doing this? We now have a podcast studio in Cape Town, and the guys from One Eye Jack, they used it. And one of the reasons why we did that particular partnership was so that people like you you're not able to go and make that investment in all of the equipment. I now know what's a Shure microphone, only because I had to go through the exercise with them, list all the stuff. What are the things that people may need? All of those kind of things. Get the insurance, make sure it's set up so that you can now book. So instead of, I think it was one of the speakers earlier on gave a link, and they mentioned the list of the equipment that you may need. So we've got all of those equipment now set up there. It's literally ready to use. You book half a day, 2 hours at a time, and use the facility. But that is not because we know how to create content. It's so that we can give an opportunity to people to create the content. We are just the catalyst in all of that. When it comes to Westgrow, Allen Grant, all of those kind of even at Kleinski, when you partner with people, they come with their whole set of followers and their entire community, and you get the benefit of it. The partnership has to be mutually beneficial, not just, oh, I can do. You come with your set of community, your followers, and all of those kind of stuff. And the idea of a partnership is at all times, it's supposed to be 2 is better than 1. Just like any relationship, if it doesn't benefit, don't be there. Partners also hold each other accountable, and there are deliverables. So you don't just come and you're late. And it's not just a case of, oh, I'm going to tag you 5 times and that's it. We hold each other accountable. We connect with each other. We touch base from time to time. Make sure that we are still on the same page and still aligned. Not all partnerships are commercial. Some of them are for social equity. And we as Workshop 17, we've done some partnerships with the Khaleesi Foundation, Oribi. And a lot of that we then take into our communities. With the Khaleesi Foundation, it's a case of they now have those pepper spray, self-defense. We take that into our community. And similarly, they do some of their activations at Workshop 17. So it becomes a greater ecosystem just by way of having the partnership. You can switch. We spoke about authenticity, and the presentation was made by our marketing manager because someone else said that sometimes these people are more introverts and then they push other people forward. I take mine in and out of work. So the person that you find at Workshop 17 during a normal day is also the same person that you're going to find over the weekend. And the partnerships and the relationship building and the community building goes beyond that of a business development manager. We like money, yes, but sometimes we do these things for the greater good. And that is what that other slide was about. In this particular instance here, this was actually done. We've got a full-on series that we did in our podcast, in our studio. And we piggybacked on Stephen Gacy. He comes with a whole community of people. Stephen Gacy does pole dancing. You'll find him he's a TV presenter. He's a model. We don't have anybody like that in our space. So we called on Steve. He then interviewed a whole lot of our members, and they were then able to get their stories out. So when we do these things, it's very much a case of how can we help you tell your story, and how do we amplify? And then from that, we then create the content amongst each other. So things like, if I look at Daily Maverick, so Daily Maverick is your newspaper. You'll find some of them outside. We partner with Daily Maverick because it's easy. They've got a newsletter, they've got print. We also partner with them when it comes to the events that they host. And then it's a case of what gets shared? Is it the newsletter, the SEO links, partner content? All of that then comes as a result of the relationship that we have with these people, as well as the merch. Somebody else also spoke about merch earlier on. So we do some of that as well. And the recommendations, when it comes to partnerships, what's nice is when you're not around, your partner will represent you. Your partner is going to also be the one that is going to pick up when you're not doing well. They are going to be the one that's going to sort of maybe assist you in ways that other people wouldn't, because they've got your interest at heart. So I'm at the end of mine. There's one. She says mic drop. The mic drop is not for me, mic drop. The mic drop is because we were challenged earlier on. Somebody made mention of the fact that we would like this to blow up across Africa. Yeah, she said we'd like to have this event blow up across Africa. So with that, I would like to request that you guys amongst each other have a informal partnership just for today, maybe, is tag the person next to you, pretend that you're in a partnership, have something good to say about the event, the venue, and everybody else, and then see in a couple of hours' time how that has transpired and how it's grown just by you guys sharing, because all of you have your own amount of followers and influence. Okay. Thank you.
We have
lunch.
Yeah, we have 8 minutes until lunch. So 8 minutes, I think we can probably take a couple of questions. Anyone? Oh,
Questions for? Oh,
is there one? Ah, there we go.
just don't make that question content creation.
No, I'm not going to do that to you.
Business, yes.
Yes, I think you read me. Okay, I was going to talk to you privately, but the likelihood I'm going to leave before.
Sure.
My company is Shyboy Project Management, and we do activations within the space of events management locally and internationally. So we have partnered with Nelson Mandela Foundation for the past 5 years, and we need to plant 6 million trees. So I want to partner with you on that mission for the whole year. It's not only Mandela Day, because it's a whole year mission with Nelson Mandela and also the bush guys and the trees, to actually plant a tree and also open a veg garden, because the trees that we're planting, they're food-bearing trees. So it's just not going to be a tree for just you chilling and having a shade, but there's going to be food-bearing. But what we are focusing on, I like little people. You know the minions?
Yeah.
They're my favorite. You know? They won't complain about nails and everything else. So we want to actually take it to the areas which are brown, which means there's no green in it.
Okay.
So if Workshop 17 is keen, we'll have to actually partner with you as a brand, and we'll do it with you within Johannesburg, Cape Town, wherever your offices are.
That sounds good. Workshop 17 is all about sustainability, and we have made that our mission, as well as inclusivity. And you'll find that in very often where we are not located, I've got no issues in going into certain townships or in those kind of stuff. So yes, we can have a conversation. Another thing about partnerships is that I said earlier on that we don't just partner for the sake of a commercial gain, meaning you give me X and I give you Y. That's transactional. We don't do transactional. Some of the partnerships that we get into would be, we will provide you something which is at no cost to us, and you give us something that's at no cost to you, and together we will then do something that will benefit the greater good. Okay. I can, yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for that. I work for IOL. We're the second biggest news website in the country. I'd just like to partner with both of you. Give you guys... So, whatever publicity you guys need, whatever help you guys need in growing these trees and planting these trees, we're happy to jump on board and assist.
Sometimes I feel like a plug, because people come to me and they say, can you plug me with this? Can you please plug me with that? It's the nature of the business, yes. But happy to have a conversation with you. Yeah.
Cool. Look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay. You don't get to partner with us. You're a partner. Oh, okay.
I think my question probably relates to everyone in the room. As much as a content creator, you can partner with another content creator, how do you ensure that you're not getting the raw end of the deal, where you're partnering with someone, but you're not getting the money, but they're getting the money?
Honestly, you do get those. There are people that will always come and use you, right? But that is why I say that when you have a partnership, you should be calling each other out. You should be having regular, whether it's quarterly check-ins or whatever the case may be, and have candid conversations and say, listen, this is what we started. So be clear in the beginning. Somebody spoke about clarity when it comes to these things. You've got to be clear. What are we starting with? Because the purpose of the partnership is meant to be whatever I have as my objectives, you've got your objectives. Those objectives are not supposed to fall by the wayside during the partnership. The idea is to get to your objectives better and faster by way of having the partnership. I cannot then, because I'm in a partnership, somehow be disadvantaged or it's to my detriment. At all times, we then check in and go, okay, fine, this is what we agreed to. How much of this have we delivered on? And why are you not delivering? And there's nothing wrong in ending a partnership if it doesn't work for you. You're not married to that particular entity or person forever. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Black and white. Black and white. Yeah.
Oh, you can put your shit down.
In writing. Yeah. Yeah. Please transfer. Okay.
I think to add on to what you said in his question, sometimes it's not all about the money. You get exposed from a partnership. So if a friend of mine who's a creator, whether they have more or less, if Coke is paying them and they want me to be in the ad for Coke with them, his followers, Coke's followers, Coke might even be like, okay, this girl, you know, was in an ad and she has this type of following or this type of engagement, let's work with her. So you get exposed to brands like Coke, and your friends or your partner's followers will also know that there's a relationship between you two. So they'll engage in content when you guys are both there. So it's not always all about the money if you think long term.
Yeah, long. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Antoinette. Really appreciate it. Okay, so just a couple of things before we break for lunch. So lunch will be an hour. It's just outside here. It's a standing lunch, but you're welcome to kind of make your way down. There's like outside tables and all the rest of it. And yeah, so can we also just have a massive round of applause for all our speakers so far? I think we've learned a lot, and please use lunch to go and ask questions and mingle. And as Antoinette said, like, make sure you tag each other and everything. After lunch, we've got some prizes to give away, so that's exciting. Make sure you've been tweeting and using the hashtag. We're also going to be hearing from the Studio Reach team, from the MultiChoice Studio Reach team, from 947. They've got an exciting announcement to make, and then we've got an amazing TikTok masterclass. And we also have Sol here, who's going to be talking a bit more about working with brands. So lots more to come after lunch. We'll see you at 1:30.
So how does an organization like MultiChoice bring budding African storytellers closer to its world of opportunities and access? By birthing its inaugural Studio Reach TikTok incubator.
I'm Dimagata Mativa and I'm from Pretoria.
I'm from Kimberley in the Northern Cape.
Originally from Limpopo, Polokwane.
In June 2022, we opened our doors to content creators aged between 18 and 35 from all across South Africa. To join our incubator program, benefiting from monthly masterclasses with industry experts, enrollment in the MultiChoice Group Yes program, a monthly stipend of 8,000 Rand, and provision for laptops and cell phones. But most importantly, access to MultiChoice events, shows, and talent.
To say that this program was life-changing, I feel like is an understatement because it placed me in rooms that I never thought I'd be in.
During the course of this program, 2 creators have secured contracts with external talent agencies, while another received a nomination for a short form film award in Limpopo.
MultiChoice also helped me in obtaining an NQ5 certificate hosted by Cambridge.
Even more remarkably, some of these creators have witnessed extraordinary growth on TikTok, increasing their follower counts from 10,000 to over 200,000.
Now I'm over 100k followers.
Today I have 52,000 followers on TikTok.
This incubator has been a huge success for MultiChoice, as well as the TikTok creators themselves.
Learning how to do a pitch, learning how to be the best YouTuber you can possibly be, trade secrets of being a TikToker. This program was probably the best thing to ever happen to me.
And this is one of many ways MultiChoice is committed to contributing and growing diversity in the digital industry for all South Africans. So that's roughly what we've been doing for the last year. Obviously, we are standing in the final month of our current program. We have we're almost to launch our second iteration, which will kickstart in July. And of course, a group of 10 new influencers. Roughly, we were looking for TikTok influencers with a following between 20K and 50K, and we fully absorbed them into the MultiChoice ecosystem and the world. Next to me is Sinalwazi and Tabatso. They are standing in their last month of the program, and I thought I'll just take the time that we have today for me to pose a few questions to them to talk about their experiences and what they have learned. So welcome. I think I'll kickstart the question, and I think it's always great to understand where content creation started for you, and the two of you respectively have quite different ways of looking at content and different platforms which you prioritize when it comes to content creation. But where did it start, and when did you know that's something that you want to pursue?
Hello, everyone. So for me, when I started Facebook right about when everybody started Facebook, right? But when I prioritized content creation is when I was unemployed, right? I studied media, communication and culture. I would go to auditions and I wouldn't be casted, right? So I then said with myself, I'm the type of person who creates their own opportunities, right? Because I'm not going to wait for somebody to give me something if there's nothing there. So I then started a YouTube channel. This was also a way for me to say, should brands see me, I want to be working. Also, I want to be confident in front of the camera because that's what I wanted to pursue. So presenting, be it on TV or radio, right? So then I went on to YouTube, started my YouTube channel, didn't really know what I was doing at the time. And at the time, I was just bored, to be quite honest, and also frustrated for not having a job. And then I was like, I like to talk. Let me just talk about myself. Then I started talking about myself. Then now watching other people, I was like, okay, people actually mentioned something about a niche. Like, I didn't know what that was. And for me, because I like to do a lot of things, I started baking, I started cooking, I started fashion. And 2 years ago, I then decided, I feel like I'm doing a lot, right? So let me split what I'm doing into other platforms. So then I took the fashion, I took the hair, I took the lifestyle to Instagram, and then that's how TikTok came about. I was like, I also like motivating people, right? Let me take that to TikTok, and then that's how it started. And now we're here. Yeah.
Hi everyone. Honestly speaking, I'm super shy, and you guys look amazing. Yo, like I'm super nervous. It's quite easier talking to the camera than being in front of you guys. So I started content creating because I've always wanted to be famous, even though I'm shy. So I saw a few bloggers that used to work with H&M. I wanted that lifestyle as well, to get sponsors, to be here, and I started shooting when I'm making coffee, when I wake up, when I'm doing my laundry. And for me, posting on TikTok, it was more, initially I was doing this for Instagram, but Instagram is for people who normally bath. then, then yeah, I was creating content for Instagram, but apparently TikTok started booming. Then, in a way, I did trends as well when I started, but I realized that people enjoy watching my vlogs, and that's where I stick to vlogging because they loved it. And yeah, that's how it started. I just wanted to be famous.
People who haven't followed Tabata yet, it's safe to call him one of the masters of vlogging. His videos are quite amazing. And I'm wondering now, and I'll start and pose this question to you, when it comes to finding your niche or finding what works for you or what you enjoy creating, and then joining a program like Studio Reach, obviously with MultiChoice's intention for us to bring you closer to our world and to bridge that gap, what was the thinking when you entered the program, and what have you learned looking back after the last 12 months?
Yeah, it's been nothing but a great, opportunity. I've met people I only see on screen. I've been to events where, like exclusive events, and being with MultiChoice, I mean, from when I started with MultiChoice, I probably had like 26 followers, and now I'm on 75 followers, and exactly. Yeah. Oh, 1,000. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Please bear with me. As I said, I'm super shy. So yeah, from 26,000 followers to 75 today. So hey, it's been nothing but amazing. It enabled me, as I said, to even reach greater heights. Today I'm here.
Yeah. I think that deserves a round of applause. And for you, you mentioned obviously with an organization like MultiChoice, we are Africa's biggest and best storyteller. I can give the whole PR spin. For you, who has a passion for presenting or entering the entertainment world, what are some of the biggest takeouts that you've had over the last 12 months?
All right, it's been amazing. Let me say this firstly. When I first entered the program, I didn't know what it was about, right? I'm the kind of person on social media, I'm that 1% who watches ads, because I know people scroll past them. So I saw this ad that said, do a 1-minute video and tell us why you're South Africa's coolest youth. And I followed the hashtag. Under the hashtag, I didn't see videos. And that's the reason I did it. I was like, I want to be the first one. And I looked at now, I was trying to find people from the Eastern Cape, and there was nobody. That's another reason, because I like challenging myself. So I'm like, let me just do it. I did it, and I forgot about it, right? And then one day, I'm just chilling, and then I'm following people back. And I see Channel always following me. I'm like, no, can't be. And then it's verified. I'm like, me? And then I follow back. That's when I received the message now, the DM that said, you have been picked as part of the 10 people across South Africa. That's when then I Googled, I was like, what? Then after that, I kid you not, it's been amazing. And as you saw in the video, when I mentioned that it has placed me in rooms that I never thought I'd be in. And I've met people that I watch on TV. And now also what it has done for me, how I've been looking at social media, I've been saying I want it to work for me in my personal life. So I've had people who go over my TikTok and then they say, we want to hire you to come and be an MC. Which is what I initially wanted. I've had a lot of gigs where they said, we want you, we saw you talking about this, we want you to expand by being a guest speaker. So also with now TV presenting, I'm getting a lot of people saying, oh, you actually need to look at this because you're actually good, right? And I wouldn't have done that if it wasn't for MultiChoice. Because also initially, as I said, I am a motivational speaker. There were instances where I was like, did they really do the right thing by picking me, right? Until I was like, why not me? You know what I'm saying? Why not me? There's a reason why they picked me. And also my view at now attending events changed. Because at first we'd go there and I'm seeing everyone doing vlogs. I didn't know how to vlog before I started, right? And I was like, okay. Initially I said I wanted to be a presenter. How about I present at the events? So that's how I started now my content started growing, started interviewing people, started being comfortable in those spaces. So it's been amazing.
Stunning.
To say the least.
You're touching on something that we spoke about. I started working with you guys the last 3 months. When it comes to content creation, perhaps it's just from my vantage point, one would believe, or there is this perception that the opportunity necessarily sits predominantly in the metros like Johannesburg or in Cape Town. Being from the Eastern Cape, what was that entry into the multi-choice Studio Reach program, and of course with many of our productions and events being in this province? Is content different in the Eastern Cape than it is here?
All right, I'll speak specifically from where I'm from. I'm from a very small town, right? And what I've noticed with the events that I've attended, because the last one, which was in the Eastern Cape, was the Real Housewives of Gqeberha, right? And also, since I'm coming to now Joburg for events, it's quite different, especially when it comes to vlogging, right? There you get a sense of people are still not used to it. Therefore, I need to ask for permission when I'm taking a video. And what I've also noticed when I go out and I'm vlogging at a restaurant, right? The reason people don't want you to just whip up your phone and take a video, a lot of people are there with their sides. They're cheating. That's what I've seen. That's the reason. It's not that I don't want people to see me. It's because they are cheating. So now I'm going to start vlogging and now doing this, and now people are going to be outed. You see? So now also crime is everywhere. But for us, that's what I was marveling over when I saw Tibat. So I was like, how do you walk around Ekasi with a phone? Not just a phone, an iPhone. You know what I mean? And also where I'm from, even the fact that you have an iPhone is like, you got money. You know what I mean? So you kind of have to overthink a lot of things, because safety-wise, and also coming this side, I'm bringing a lot of things that side where now I'm seeing a lot of people starting YouTube videos as well. Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of people going on TikTok because they see it's actually doable because I'm doing it.
Quickly to Batso, of course, we're talking about your vlogs and your videos. Yeah. How long does it take to actually make a video? Because you have phenomenal cinematography in those TikToks.
Thank you. It takes about, I shoot the whole day, and then it takes about 2 to 3 hours editing. Yeah, it takes about.
So content creation for you relies heavily on editing, or where would you put the most
heavily
effort?
on editing. Okay, I could say maybe 70% relies on editing, and then 30% would be the angles, my composition. So yeah, I could say editing would be the masterpiece to your
Quickly,
content.
before we go to questions, I'm curious to know, from a consumption perspective, who and which content creator do you guys enjoy consuming? Maybe they're in the room even.
Looking at Uncle Des, looking at Umalume, a good friend of mine actually. So I normally, I consume everything. For good giggles, I consume Uncle Des, I consume Z, I consume Umalume. For inspiration, I would go for people who vlog, and I don't think they're here. Bubu, oh, sorry, my bad. So yeah, for inspiration, I would watch other vloggers. Just to either steal their music or steal their angles, their shots. So yeah.
And you? And for me, him, obviously, because I relate a lot. Because for me, before vlogs, I was like, okay, I need to have money and go to, high places. When I saw him, I then started relating. That's where I was like, I can actually do it. And then Tandile as well, I'm going to be a bit biased because it's like my people. Because now, before I started TikTok, I wasn't really consuming much, and I like lives on TikTok. Yeah. So Miss Bongele Hodi over there, and also we'll see, I think Sandiswa Boto. So in other social media platforms, I have different people for different things. Yeah. And if you notice there are no inspirational people there, but it's just for vibes. And also when I'm stressed, I know I can go to Tandila's page and I will just laugh it off. So yeah.
Stunning. I think we can head into questions if there are any. No questions. Oh, there's a question, and then we'll quickly address that.
Hi everyone. So my question is directed to you, God's Butler. I just want to ask, how has my content impacted your life?
Oh, how has your content impacted my life? Now I know. Okay, now I know that you can hack people. You can hack people's WhatsApp. You can, yeah, like for real. Like he's a tech guy, so now I know how we can hack people on WhatsApp. So.
Man, I'm actually watching your content right now, right? And I have one question. Bruh, how do you have the courage to take out your iPhone and ekasi, dog? Like, how, dog? Like Jimiston. You're not Jersey, you feel what I'm trying to say? But, like, how do you do that? How do you get the confidence to do that?
Okay, when I vlog in public, in most cases I tell myself that people around me are thinking that I'm doing a video call, because I know it's scary, and to talk to the camera while people are just around you, So yeah, I just tell myself that people think I'm on a video call or something. So yeah.
Do we have time for one more question?
Yeah, how's it? I wanted to ask, because the both of you are very in different forms. You speak a lot, and yours is like more telling the story with like visuals and cameras and stuff. So has it something that's always been in you, or it's like you developed it along the way as you started your journey as content creators? It's for the both of you.
It's always been in me because, as I said, I've always wanted to get into presenting. So speaking has, yeah, it's something that I've always wanted to do. But now I got to a point I was like, it needs to feed me. You know what I mean? I can't just be speaking. That's when I then looked at public speaking. Then content creation came after that because I was like, I need exposure. That's where people are at. Right, because now we're living in a digital era. Otherwise, yeah, it's always been in me.
For me, it grew gradually as I shoot every day. I think the best way to improve with your content is to do the very same thing every day. Like you'll see that even if you don't see, much difference, but there will be that 1% of difference every day if you do it every single day. So for me, it was just shooting every day, editing, and the more I shoot, the more I edit. It's the more I grow as a content creator, and my visuals as well. They yeah.
Sorry, I just want to know, how do people get in touch with Studio Reach? How can we actually apply to be in the program?
Just wrapped our call to entry for the next intake. So the next opportunity would only be next year. So we'll be announcing the 10 incubator influencers at the end of this month. But just keep a close eye on MultiChoice's social platforms, specifically on TikTok. You can check out the Mnet page, the Channel O page, and the Mzansi Magic page. The call to entry videos are there, and like Samawazi said, it's really simple. We just want to see how you as a content creator would approach content, and if it is aligned, hopefully you can join the program in next year. So keep a close eye on MultiChoice's social pages. And I think that's about it from us. Stunning. So thank you guys, just going to welcome onto stage the next speaker. It's the team from 947, and I think we can give them a bit more than that. It's the team from 947. Lucia and Bulele Palisa, presenters of Night Pulse and Night. I've slaughtered your name, I know.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, and you guys will have mics.
Yes. Sorry, there's just one thing I'd like to just add, is that 947 has come on board very enthusiastically. So much like the story Manuela had about DStv, we had a meeting with 947 a few weeks ago with Zahira and Boniswa, and for them, they were like, it was a no-brainer. And we're very excited to have you here. And your partnership is, you guys are going to talk a little bit more about that and the alignment with 947. So from our side, thank you for coming on board. We're very excited to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you. I think just to echo what my brother said earlier here, that it's nerve-wracking once you get in front of people. So we do this for a living, and we speak to hundreds of thousands of people every day, but we never get to see them. So please bear with us. If all of a sudden my English stops working, or I stop stuttering, or I fangirl because I see somebody here that I recognize, please bear with us. As mentioned, I'm MCZ James.
And I'm Bulele.
We are the Night Pulse team, relatively new. You can tell we practice that every single night.
Every night.
Every night. That's how the show starts. So our show actually just started probably, 2 months ago?
2 months ago, yeah.
Yeah, which has been an incredible journey. We're not here to speak about ourselves, but we are to share our own journey as far as content creation is concerned and how it relates to the mediums that we work on.
Yeah.
There's nothing that we're going to teach you guys about how to create or curate content. So most of you guys here have bigger followers, bigger brand deals. I'm already fanboying. But we just wanted to tell you just some perspective from Prime Media, from 947 side, and also what we've gone through is just blending both traditional media, being TV, and because she does
Radio.
TV and radio, and how that impacts in our content daily. So over to you, my friend.
All right. As mentioned, I'm Bulele, and this is quite nerve-wracking, so please, bear with me. When Zahira asked me to come and talk about my journey, I was just like, why would you want me to do that? And decided to take a step back and actually just look at how the journey has unfolded. And I've only been with 947 for a year and a half. And in that space, I've managed to do 2 shows and do them really well. But as a start, I started my radio journey on campus radio at UJFM. And then I'd always said I wanted to work for 947, and by the grace of God, we're here. And when I got to 947, I think the gradual thing that would happen is that one would start at Graveyard, and you're just trying to prove yourself that, I've got this, I can do it, Started at Graveyard, didn't stay at Graveyard for long. I think I only did 2 shows at Graveyard. And then I got stand-in opportunities, and every opportunity that came my way, I took it. It doesn't matter what time of day it was. Most shows nerve-wracking because I just felt like there were big shoes to fill, but I ultimately remembered why I was chosen for the job and why I would then need to be there, and I could just be myself, and that would be doing my best. Within 8, 9, 10 months, I then got my own show, which was 947 Nights with Bulele, and that did really well as well. And then after that, then the Night Pulse was formed. And I think the one thing that has been so great about this journey is how I never had to change who I was. And I think 947 carries heavy weights, brah. You walk in there and you realize that big names here, right? And I can also mention myself now as a big name. We are there. But I think the big question, and I think a question that I receive a lot from people on social media that are trying to get into radio and also, branch out onto social media is, how did you do it? And I think the one thing that has you staying on top of your game, which is ultimately what we're here to talk about, is being authentic. And ultimately, if you're authentic, that builds trustworthiness, not just amongst the people that you work with, but the people that consume your content as well, the audience. And I think for me, that was a no-brainer. I got into the space and I was just like, I'm just here to be myself. And I think a couple of the things that people loved about me, which I also then love about myself, is my love for storytelling. I remember there was one time MCZ came to me and he was just like, you know what? I I realized yesterday that, yeah, no, you're good. You've got this. I sat in my car and I waited for you to complete your story, to tell me your story. And I got the same response from Anele as well. And it was just like, I've always loved telling stories. I just didn't know how I would do it. And the radio platform then presented itself, and that's what worked for me, and which is also ultimately what is working for me online as well. I've noticed that people love my content in the stories as opposed to what's on the feed, because that's where I get the most engagement, right? Because in the stories, I'm just telling you my stories, like, oh my gosh, this happened, oh my gosh, this date, this, that, and that. And I've also come to realize that's what the audience on radio loves as well. I've received a couple of stories. I didn't even tell you about this, but just a couple of days ago, people are like, when are you going on a date again? Because I'm like known as that girl that's just like living her best life, trying to find Mr. Right. I'll tell you about my stories. Oh my gosh, this guy came to the date and whatever. And that's how then I connect with my audience. And this also then touches on being consistent, which is then what will also then build credibility. You know, I've kind of lost consistency in my date stories because there's a story that I'm still waiting for it to unfold before I bring it onto air so I can tell it. But it's not a story that I'm going to keep away from my audience because that's how they resonate with me as well. Another thing that my audience is loving about me is the laughter, the jokes, and just the crazy personality that I'll bring onto air, which is something that I was quite shy about bringing onto air. But ultimately, I was like, if you're being authentic and this is who you are, then just bring it and people will resonate with it if they do, which is ultimately what has happened. To cut a long story short, those for me are my two pillars: authenticity, thus building trustworthiness; consistency, thus building credibility. And you'll continue to stay at the top. It doesn't matter what it is that you're doing, but you'll always stay at the top. And just before I hand over to Msizi James, which I think he will also then touch on what I'm about to tell you, I think the one thing that then made me feel like, okay, maybe I am doing this content creating thing right, was the recent partnership that we had with Flight Center. So I just turned 30 years old in April, and I was just like, I want this to work three ways. It needs to be something that's on air, it needs to have a brand partnership, and then later translate online. And I thought about my life and what my life has been, spoke to Zahira and some of the sales team, and I was like, guys, I'm turning 30 years old. I've spent a whole lot of my life building this career. The foundation is solid, but now I want to live. And I want to live and share those experiences with the audience on air and online as well. Told her my ideas. I was like, I want to go skydiving, bungee jumping, the whole shebang. And I was like, I want to do it with a certain brand. I gave her like 4 brand names. Ultimately, the idea was sold to the brands. Flight Center eventually jumped onto it, and it became a big thing, so much so that now Msizi James is also getting his chance to work with Flight Center. And I think a lot of people sometimes forget about that just because you're on air, it doesn't mean you need to just create the content for your on-air audience. But I think having it translate online as well is also great, and also understanding the types of brands that would resonate with what it is that you're doing is also amazing. And Flight Center was just like, this is a no-brainer. We've heard her energy on air. She seems like she'd really be able to sell this part of what we're doing, so let's do it. And the content is going online, some of it also still coming, and ultimately it's the authenticity that really just sold the story, and that sold it for me. And I think Msizi James will then touch on the idea of the brand collaborations and everything else in between. But yeah, thanks for coming to my TED Talk, y'all.
And that's why they pay her the big bucks there on radio. Hey, yo, they actually hired me on Night Pulse to make sure she stops speaking so much. I'm joking. So yeah, I'm going to chat a little bit more about, I guess, brand deals, brand collaborations, the brand that is Prime Media 947. Firstly, for anyone who's thinking about migrating or maybe doing both digital and also going on to traditional media in some sort of way, I just want to tell you this fallacy that you might hear on podcasts every now and then. Radio is not dead, at least not in this country, and won't be for a very long time. No empirical evidence showing that. I mean, we're talking about Ukhozi FM, which is the second biggest radio station in the world, not just in this country, not in Africa, but in the world. So there's no science to that. But what radio has realized, Prime Media and specifically, should I say, is that it's changing. The environment's changing. The way that people consume media, the way that people spend their days and just consume radio itself is completely changing. So I think what Prime Media and 947 have realized is, how do we also evolve at the same time. We can't still be doing the same things, and we're not going to garner any sort of new audiences like that, which is why if you pay any sort of attention to Prime Media 947, you'll see that digital has become such a big thing for them, and how they put out content, as Bulele was saying now, how you go to a client and you say, hey, we've got this great idea for you to spend here, but here's how we can make sure that it goes across all different platforms, including digital, including podcasting, underground, and of course on air, which is still such a valuable thing. That is something that we're really looking at, which we'll get to our big announcement about that just now and how it involves you. But I think a big thing for most content creators, if you've decided to do it as your full-time job, is the brand collaborations, your brand deals. I want to tell you guys something, let you know a little something that most people don't know. I don't think you know this. We earn a decent amount of money being on radio, right? We earn a decent amount of money being on TV or whatever it may be in traditional media. I have my own businesses too, and they do quite well. But the vast majority of my monthly income comes from brand deals. And not even a big brand on social media. But I think how that's happened is, of course, across pollination, being able to sell a brand on both radio and TV and social media is really good. So let's say a brand comes to 947 and goes, hey, we want MCZ to work on such and such. And I'll go back to sales and say, great, I'll add value by making you a vlog, or I'll add value by making sure that you get 2 reels and whatever. And so most of my monthly income generally comes from different brands that I've collaborated with. But I keep getting those because I'm also able to say no. To say no to things that obviously are misaligned with who I am. I think most people in this building, you kind of got an idea of who your followers are and why they follow you and what your USP is. And as soon as you stray from that in a way that's unbelievable, you can of course always evolve and change who you are and grow up, which is really expected of most of us. But also staying true to who you are is so important when it comes to brand collaborations, because people can see through that. You know, we've seen a very well-known influencer, not going to name this person, go and do something that was so misaligned, and everyone's like, how? What are you talking about? And we've seen it with celebrities in general who will be the brand ambassador for this liquor beverage, and then all of a sudden you see them in a club drinking a different one because it never made sense. It was just a quick cash grab. And those are cool for the moment and might pay the bills and get you a new car, but as far as sustainability and longevity is concerned, that is what will kill your credibility and your trustworthiness. These people that follow us, of course, really trust. And when I say follow us, I'm also talking about the radio perspective. The people who listen to us trust our opinions, trust that we believe what we're saying. We might be wrong, we might end up not being true, but at least we're being authentic and believe what we're talking about. So just making sure that you stay authentic to who you are. That doesn't mean not changing. If you're not changing as you grow up, that's a problem itself. If you're still doing the same type of content and interested in the same type of things 10 years later, you might want to do some introspection there. But because you need to grow up at some point. You need to grow up. So that's one thing. Of course, even when you're trying to migrate from different platforms and different industries, it's also knowing your worth. And you hear this all the time. Know your worth, baby girl. You know who you are. Often people think their worth is way more than it is. Hey? So also know how much you're really worth. And I'll tell you a personal anecdote. For one of my companies that we had, we hired some influencers to push the app that we own. And I asked for rate cards as you normally do. This guy didn't have a manager, 10,000 followers. I was like, hey, he's a perfect guy. He lives in the perfect city for this, which is why we chose him. I said, what's your rate? Oh, do you have a rate card? He goes, sure, man. I just needed a couple of stories, by the way. I didn't need a post. Came back and he said, yeah, for that I can do 25,000. I said, I love that for you, my brother. I love it for you. Help me quantify when I go back to my partners. How are we doing that? He goes, no, because I once did a brand deal and they paid me 25K. I said, for 10,000 followers, my brother, good luck for the rest of your life. And also, if you keep getting that money, hire me at some point, because I don't know how you, and then I went onto his page because I was like, maybe he's onto something. Maybe with 10,000 followings, he's getting 200 comments on a post. No, it wasn't so. It was like 1 or 2 or whatever it may be. And so it's just also knowing your worth in a realistic way. You're not overselling it, but also not underselling yourself is really, really important. And like I said in the get-go, just knowing how to say no to things. The more you say no to things, the more valuable your brand becomes. The last thing you want to go to is an influencer's page or a content creator's page, and it's everything is just an advert. everything's just an advert, because that turns people off very, very quickly. I know that's rough to say because we all want money. I know we all want money, but living from a famine mentality will end up destroying your brand in a real way. So that's something that I've learned down the line, or down my little road of both being on radio, but also just creating content, and also just learning my platforms. I've realized now that short form works out way better for me than making these long YouTube videos that no one's going to watch half of them anyway. So just knowing how to migrate to that. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of different opportunities for content creators not to leave. Don't leave what you're doing, because that's why we care about you, but also to migrate and do both, and also add value to where you're going. I think when it comes to Prime Media 947, which we're about to announce what we're talking about, the biggest thing that we always look for are people who are going to add any sort of value to what is already existing. You know, 947 is already quite an established station. They know who they are, and they know what they're capable of doing. What do you bring to the table? You know, so that's really important as far as we're concerned, which brings us to why we're here, and the main reason as to why 947 is involved, apart from being big fans of content creators in general. We are at 947 are now the official partners. Yeah, we are the partners, eh?
Yeah, media partners.
End up costing my company like a couple million, right? Because we're now the partners. We are partners with the Emerging Content Creator Awards, which is really amazing. So yeah, that's really cool. Yeah. I wish radio worked like this, eh?
Yeah,
Where, as I said something, somebody just clapped for no reason and laughed at my stupid jokes. But even more than that, we are on the search for what we're calling the 947 AMP Squad. So if you've listened and been part of this of the ecosystem for a while, you know we used to call them 947 Crew. And basically, these are the extended versions of 947. Now, 947's gone through a proper rebrand in the last year. And with that, it's also rebranding our positioning and understanding what's both cool, but also what the audience really wants. And so we've got something called the AMP Squad. Do you want to tell them more about that?
Yeah, so we're definitely looking for a group of 5 of Gauteng's hottest up-and-coming content creators. So your job would pretty much be to join the brand, grow alongside it, attend the coolest events, mingle with A-listers, and report back on everything that's, of course, happened wherever it is that you were. So the winner of the category of the Emerging Content Creator category will then join the 4 people that we find as part of the AMP Squad as the 5th member.
Absolutely. So this doesn't require you to enter anything additionally via 947. If you happen to win the Emerging Content Creator, which good luck to whoever ends up winning that, you get to join 947 in the Bigger Prime Media team as part of our AMP Squad. And that's not some little thing where we go, hey, you come make content for us, cheers, we're going to use you. Firstly, it's a paid gig, but also you're going to be deep within the station, and some great opportunities come from that, including travel, including being on air, including being our feet on the ground, boots on the ground, mainly because a lot of us are old, we're not cool anymore.
Yeah, so we need the cool kids.
And even the ones who are not old, we feel old, you know, like I feel like I'm 100. But we need, I'm turning 30 next week. But I was going to say, we need you guys who are out there creating and knowing what's actually going on the ground, the guys who are out and about, be it at festivals, if we send you to them, if it's a night out at Saint, or whatever it may be. We need you guys to really be our ears and eyes on the ground to let us know what's going on.
Yeah, man. I think just to add to that, I started as a crew member at 947. So we would go to your right, Joburg's, all events that were happening that 947 was involved in. I was there. And obviously then, you know, the bubbliness and all of that and my ambitions then translated and helped me move to the radio side of things. But I must tell you that being an AMP Squad member, which obviously was previously known as Crew, is the best place to be. Because you're on the ground with people, you understand what it is that the 947 audience actually loves about the station. You get to create the content as well, and then we either bring it on air or it stays on social media. And ultimately, you are the voice for the people.
And you get the best tickets to any event.
You do, bruh.
We have to ask for tickets. The crew automatically gets VIP there. What's the festival that we were talking about?
The Hey Neighbor Fest.
Hey Neighbor Fest is something we're looking forward to, amongst other big concerts that are coming to South Africa. So that's just some of the many perks. But I think more than anything, it's just we want you to come add value.
Yeah.
Come add your expertise and experience to 947 as we try reach out into more digital space on different platforms, including TikTok. So that is something that we're really looking forward to. The announcement will be made, of course, on the 9th of September when the winners are announced, and then automatically you become part of the 947 family. All right?
Yeah.
I think that's it from us, eh?
Yeah, it's a wrap. Any questions?
So if you can share a mic if that's all right,
Perfect,
and then
perfect.
we've got like 5 minutes for questions from the audience. I said, yo, everyone's hands are up. Okay, let's do here, this lady here, and then you can pass it behind you.
Hi, I just wanted to know, well, I'm actually asking, please pick me for the AMP squad. I'm ready. I've got this down because you guys didn't tell us how to apply whatever. Might as well use the platform that the Lord has brought upon us. Pick me. But please tell us how to apply for the AMP squad, and yeah, how can we... You said there's 4 spots excluding the winner.
Yeah.
So everyone else that's interested, how do we apply?
947.co.za. Just go onto the website. There'll be tabs there to tell you how to apply as one of the 4 additional people. But hopefully you win the emerging content creator, then you can just, come on, have some faith.
Hi guys, so my name is Joseph from Simple Influence. So obviously watching you guys speak, you know, sometimes I could just close my eyes just listening to the voices, and I think everyone resonates with that. So I wanted to find out how much of that is played into your success online as well, and would you encourage other content creators to actually invest in these type of skills, whether it be public speaking or even honing your skills as a storyteller?
Good question. I think also what's helped with longevity and also getting to where we are. I mean, I've been on radio. Next year, I guess, will be 10 years. And I've been lucky enough to work at all 3 of the big stations. Started at East Coast for 2 years and came to 5FM, where I had my own show there. And then now at 947, of course. I think it goes back to what we were saying about just creating content with being authentic. You know, I don't have a radio voice. When you tune in tonight, you'll hear exactly what I'm saying now. In the same tone, same pitch. I don't go on and go, hey, welcome. It's so great to be here. You know, it's just who I am. And I think that adds to your ability to be on any sort of platform for longer, because you're not putting up something, you're not playing up yourself. It gets tiring pretending. You know, faking it till you make it, or faking it in general, after a while gets tiring, and then you can see through the cracks. So I think, be it on digital platforms or on the radio, just being who you are is the most important thing, even as cheesy as it sounds. As far as lessons or going for any sort of coaching, of course, if you want to get better at anything, do it. Perhaps you want to get better at public speaking. There's definitely people who are going to teach you how to public speak. Maybe you've got a speech impediment. You can go for speech therapy. But I think a lot of it, even with you guys, a lot of it has to do with your natural talent. Some people are just born to be in front of the camera and vlog through ekasi, as I keep hearing. That's great. You're born. I can't do that. I know that. I mean, she is on TV every single morning. I know I can't. That's something I can't do. I'm just not born to be on TV like that. But if you've got it, you've got it. But you've got to hone those skills. Talent will get you there. The hard work will keep you there.
Hi guys. I wanted to find out, for you guys as radio DJs, radio presenters, on-air personalities, how do you balance the on-air content that you would normally post on your feed and actually driving people who follow you on your social platforms to actually tune into the show?
Yo, good question. Hi, Tabile, Titi, Banbani, how are you doing? Look, ultimately, I think it really just goes back to what it is that you're offering your audience. And then the numbers will work themselves, you know? I think gone are the days where it's just like, yeah, hashtag the Night Pulse on Twitter, Instagram, and all of that stuff. Or yeah, at Bulela Podisad, CC James or whatever. I think gone are those days, because a lot of the time you would find that people actually did that because they were trying to drive their on-air content to online and then create that conversation. But if what you are doing resonates with the audience, then they will naturally talk about it. Sometimes we even get shocked with some of the comments that we'll get from people that are listening, and it's just like, oh, did you see this comment? Did you see that? So I just think it goes back to authenticity, being who you are, not try to put on a face, and just being true to what it is that you feel you are actually bringing to the station and not trying to change it. I've also realized that a lot of people tend to feel pressured to have a radio voice. It's 947 on what, you know, and that's not necessary. At some point, I felt like I needed to tone down my laugh because, yo, it's so ratchet for radio, but no, it works, you know? So just like be who you are and the numbers will work themselves. I think we also then get pressured to have the numbers because we feel like that's ultimately what brands want, and not so much. I mean, I've got like 8,000 followers on social media, but if we're then talking about working with Bulele on air, then the brand is highly likely to jump on because then they know what I'm bringing on air, and then naturally it will just translate to social media because we know her on air, we see what's happening on social media, it works, and yeah, you don't have to oversell. Don't know if you want to add to that.
We've got a great social media team. In fact, the head of our social media is right there. So she's really great. So if you have any sort of social media radio questions, that's your girl right there, Nondwe.
We can do one more question. Oh, do you want to? Oh, do you actually want to? No. Oh, okay. I was.
Hi, I'm Uncle Sick. I'm a presenter. I just want to ask, do you guys have specific category for the thingy? Yes. Do you like? Does it have to be like presenter or like comedy or like a vlogging type?
How's it? Sorry. So I work very closely with the AM Squad crew. So basically how you'd enter is you would go on to 947.co.za, but just a better understanding is that we're asking questions like your social media handles, and then you also have to do a quick 1-minute video that you have to upload onto the website in order to enter. You don't have much time, so if you want to enter, you can do so pretty quickly. You'll hear a lot of this, the information about the particular AM Squad on 947 Drive with Tando, which is 3 to 6, Monday to Friday. You basically probably have until the end of next week to enter. We're looking for 4 people, and like Bulele and CZ James said, we have one other person who will obviously come from the one award when they win. But yeah, we definitely are encouraging you. Entries are coming in, trickling, but we'd love to have everyone here enter. The more the merrier. And if you have any questions, you can come through and ask me.
Yeah, I think just to add to what Nondo is saying, going back to just be yourself, but also be creative. Like, in the house or whatever. I mean, you guys are like content creators. You know what works, right? So be creative. Tell us what it is that you do, you know, and obviously if it resonates with what 947 is trying to do and brand 947, then you will get in there. But don't try to think about what it is that 947 wants. Be you. You know, because if you're thinking too hard about, yeah, 947, it's English, then no, you know, we want who you are. We want your voice. We want your personality. We want the content, the type of content that it is that you are creating, and we want that addition to the station. We're not looking for what we already have. We want something fresh, something new, something fun, something exciting. Yeah. Something like you, ma'am. Cool, thank you.
Great, another massive round of applause. And yeah, we're very excited that it is now the Emerging Creator Award powered by 947. And in fact, yay! Lesego, aka Coconut Cows, is actually going to be on 947 in about an hour and 10 minutes. And she's going to be going on air announcing this and doing some big ups for the awards and for 947. So we're really thrilled. Thank you. I'm going to call Vivian from TikTok back. Vivian is going to do a masterclass. TikTok did this masterclass last year. It's obviously been updated or whatever. It's one of the most fascinating presentations I've ever seen. So guys, really pay attention. There's some massive insights here for you.
Thank you, Darren. Hello again, everybody.
I just want to see, since the last time I was here, who's downloaded the app? Who's downloaded TikTok? Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, we're getting somewhere. All right, cool. So what I will be taking you guys through today is basically getting started on TikTok. I often get a lot of people asking me, where do I start? You know, I have all this content on my phone, but I don't know where to start. So I'm going to be taking you guys through the platform overview, what we're about, and then I'm going to be taking you through the best practices. So how do you actually get your content amplified and seen and engaged with on TikTok? And then lastly, we'll be talking about content creation. I will be playing you guys a lot of videos, you know, just to get the energy going. I know it's after lunch. Cool. Yeah, let's get straight into it. Next one. Okay, cool. So at TikTok, our mission really is to inspire creativity and bring joy. We like to call ourselves the sunny corner of the internet, because really, where else would you go where you just watch a video and before you know it, you're deep down in the rabbit hole? Next one. We do have 1 billion people on TikTok. Thank you to you guys who are a part of our community. And then let's get into the best practices. And I'm going to kickstart you guys with a video. But before we get into that, so you will see when you go onto TikTok, you have either the Friends tab or the For You page. And the way that the For You page has been designed is literally for you. It listens to what you like. It literally gives you content that you want to consume. So for example, if Manuela is into makeup content and that's all she watches, the algorithm listens to that and it will continue to give her that kind of content. Cool. Let's get started. I hope that will inspire some of you to join the challenges. So a big question is how the algorithm works, right? And I'm going to take you guys through this very quickly. The first thing that the algorithm listens to is the watch rate and the finish rate. So for example, if Puleng posts a video on TikTok, and I'm watching the video, but it's not really interesting and I just skip through it and I don't like it. What it reads is the first 3 seconds of your video. Am I watching through the first 3 seconds? Halfway through, do I finish the video? So that counts. The second one is hashtags. Please, guys, please stop using FYP because that does nothing for your content. People use FYP. People hijack Summer 28. It does nothing for your hashtag. What you want to do is have your hashtags focused on the kind of content that you're creating. So if you are creating comedy content, rather use comedy, rather use book talk if you're into books, because it's more likely that your video will land within those hashtags and people can engage with your content, even if they are not following you. That's the beauty of hashtags. Keep it at a maximum of 4 hashtags, nothing more. Some people use 20 hashtags. Honestly, there's no need for that. It just really, it gets lost. Your content will get lost on TikTok. There's too much happening. And then the third thing is comments, follows, shares, likes. That really just speaks to your engagement. Are people commenting on your content? Are they liking it? Are they sharing it? All of that counts when it comes to the algorithm pushing your content through to the For You page or to people that are interested in consuming the kind of content that you have. Cool, next slide. So we really are about designing an experience and inspiring creativity, as I've already said. So I'm sure there are TikTok users in this room. When you go on TikTok, what you will see is the For You page, which literally is designed for you. And then creation really just speaks to, is your content inspiring other content creators to create? Because it's one thing to come onto TikTok and watch your content or be a creator, but are you actually inspiring other people to hop onto a challenge, to hop onto a trend, to engage your content, but also to create ultimately? And then of course, notifications, that's the engagement that you get on your content, and then lastly, that's what your profile will look like. Don't shy away from adding a link on your descriptor that leads to your other social media platforms, as long as it starts on TikTok. Cool. So in terms of best practices, I'm gonna take you guys through this very quickly. You really want to start strong. As I've already said, the first 3 seconds of your video really count a lot. So are you actually captivating your audiences within the first 3 seconds of your video? Always keep that in mind when you're coming up with your content strategy. Secondly, are you a part of the trending moments? And trending moments doesn't necessarily have to be dance. If you are a beauty creator, if you are a food creator, look at what is trending within that space and become a part of those trending moments, because that really does count. Context and background. Of course, when you post, you want to give people context of whatever it is that you're trying to communicate. Post often. I think the one word that we've heard throughout this day is consistency. That really does a lot for your content. And on TikTok as a start, I would say 3 times a week. Try and post consistently. In a week, have 3 TikToks. If you feel like you can do more, you are more than welcome to, but 3 times a week is a good start. And of course, we really encourage you to engage the users, your followers, your friends on TikTok, because TikTok is very different. People really want to feel like they're a part of this community and they're engaged with. So it's important to actually make sure that you engage your audiences as well. And then lastly, holding attention really also just speaks to having people be captivated by your content. So always bear in mind these things when you are coming up with your content strategy. Cool. So I'm gonna show you guys a few examples of what works if you are creating TikTok first content. So TikTok first content speaks to you are literally holding your phone and you're recording it on TikTok, right? You're not taking content from your Instagram Reels and repurposing it for TikTok, because that actually does affect the performance of your videos. So if you are using TikTok style and you are creating from TikTok first, it's more likely that your engagement will do very well. Cool. So the types of content that you will find on TikTok that is TikTok first is the green screen. Nombulelo, who was part of my panel earlier, does that very well. Where she does entertainment content, you literally just have a background and speak to that. Simple. The second one is voiceover. I do this a lot. I love voicing my content just because I'm like, I don't know what to do, but travel content, food content, voicing it is just as simple as just like literally you put together your video and then you can just voice it. And then TikTok text. I wonder if that video is there. Why is it dark?
Okay, so here with the part 3, and I'm talking all things.
Oh. Okay.
So far I've done, I think Santana and Delay, Swanky,
sorry about that, guys. Yeah, it does that where everyone wants to play at the same time. But you can play the green screen one, and then we'll play the rest.
I'm talking all things young, famous, and African, in particular the characters on the show, cast members. So far I've done, I think, Fontana and Delay, Swanky, Annie and Tupaba, and yeah, so the list is just going to continue. Okay, so for me, Kanye and Nadia, Nadia was cool, she was cool on the show. Bega Raiti, as she was in season 1. Kanye, on the other hand, and Jay, obviously seeming like a Dr. Feely. Also kind of, I was like, look, you can't be offering advice across the board. Like, there's certain things that you probably have not experienced, so you wouldn't necessarily be the right person to be giving or dishing out this advice. So for me, it was definitely giving Oprah and Dr. Phil, but okay. And then my least favorite couple, like Naked and Kaylee, I honestly can do without their relationship on our screens. And you guys know how I feel about them. Like, I am just like, is your relationship coming or going? Like, if you're not sure, then just sort it out privately and just come back onto the show. Because what was that trailer proposal? Like, what was that? Like, what was the point of you going down on your knee and then only to confront a partner yako to say, oh no, but I'm a relationship is so like, what was the point, really? And then we've got Queen B Ubonang, who made a feature in the first couple of episodes of season 2. And personally, I just didn't enjoy her on the show. I'll be very, very honest. I feel like Bonang needs her own show. Yes, she has her own show, but I feel like she's great on her own show. Her featuring on Young, Famous and African, yes, was a tactic to obviously drive up views. But for me, it didn't work. She felt out of place because she's, I suppose, used to also being at the center of her productions and so on, because you can't put her in just as a feature and think that it's gonna work out all right. Like, I saw a lot of people's responses and they weren't that great either. Uguti how nafaga umuntu ongaga, like literally someone who has had her own show or has her own show currently, and for her to be a supporting cast member just didn't make sense. It really didn't. But also another thing that I didn't really like in particular, and I hope she doesn't block me for this, but I just feel like she was just bega drama, like, and I feel like it was definitely scripted, guys. Like, no one's not seen it, but it really, really felt scripted, because those scenes with Uluish, I get way too much. And then again, we've got Uzari and Diamonds. Can these two just get back together? Because in Doyabona Bonji, I peli Banesquele, it's just too much. Okay, but anyway, that's the end of my review, guys.
I think we can play the first two, just in the interest of time. They are quite long videos.
Some sticky teriyaki wings and some cheesy garlic bread. Now, I've seen a lot of conversation about these videos and what I'm cooking for, and in all honesty, it doesn't even matter. I'm just here to share this recipe with you guys, and I really hope you enjoy it. The first thing that you're gonna do is prep up your chicken, cut it up into smaller pieces, and season with these following spices. Initially, I was going to put this in the oven. That's why I added the oil, but then I ended up deep frying them, which I know I'm just a little excited because I got a deep fryer. I should have gotten an air fryer, but anyway, I just decided to deep fry them, so you don't need to add the oil. Mix all of those spices into your chicken and then set aside. I'm then going to go in and chop up some parsley. Okay, so I was supposed to remove the butter from the fridge a little earlier before I started cooking.
Cool, we can go over to the next slide. So in terms of long form videos, sometimes you have a lot of ideas. I mean, I was speaking to Zion earlier and she was saying that sometimes you have these ideas, to create, and you want to have a longer form video as opposed to short form. Of course, TikTok is a short form platform, but you can now create long form content, which is up to 10 minutes. And this does really well in terms of conveying stories. So if you're a filmmaker, if you're a storyteller, this is one of the ways that you can get your point across. And I use this example from 702 because they do this really well, where they showcase bits and pieces of interviews that they have with their guests in studio, and they encapsulate that in just 10 minutes. So yeah, you can play that. It doesn't have to be the full.
You retired from radio, just
video.
as a sidebar question.
Listen, I haven't retired from radio. I've just restructured my pricing. So if you hear me on any station,
Jason
you know
Goliath.
on that day my debit orders are so safe. You know they are paying me so much money.
Talk to us about some of the businesses you embarked on that then were like, yay, this became a failure, and how you had to carry that.
I think my first failure preceding business was I dropped out of studying. I was doing my IMM, and I did diploma in business management and
Mm.
marketing my first year. And I remember failing my second year the first time and going, okay, you can't waste your mom's money, you got to work. And then I remember the next semester working as hard as I could and still failing. And then for me, as long as I've tried my best, as long as I know I'm walking away from this thing and I've given it everything I can, I never see it as a failure.
Cool. Next slide. All right, cool. So in terms of storytelling, I think amongst content creators, everybody in here has a story to tell. We are all, born storytellers, and I think TikTok is a platform that allows for people to tell their stories. So it doesn't matter how long your content is. Sometimes just think, is it telling the story that I want to tell? Because ultimately, we are giving you a platform for you to tell a story, whether it is a travel video, whether it's makeup content. You really have a platform to tell a story. So think about that, think about the storytelling element of your content. The video that we'll be showcasing here is a creator who's done such an exceptional job when it comes to storytelling. I'm sure you guys know him, Mukellings. Literally through his lived experiences, every day he's just there telling a story that we can all relate to. You can play the video.
Mother, huge mistake. Don't panic. So today I happened to lose my pencil case, my calculator, and my school shoes. Marissa, that is so irresponsible. You'll get new stuff tomorrow, right? Okay. Go change, go take a shower. Okay, thank you. Mama. Neskoleni bangishontshela iballpen yami. Hey! Akusi. Nakusi benga uzoyibona mpanami. Ulahle unyaka uqala wena uphisana ngama-ballpen. Wena uyaphisana ngama-ballpen wena. Mina bengihambile ngebreaking yodla bayitshontsha. Angisho kunemali kini. Angisho la kini kunemali. Wena uthe mina nama-ballpen ngeniphi eCash Rich. Uma unemali mama uzothengela amanye. Angingeni mfana. Manje mina ngizobhala ngani? Hey, Banele. Angingeni. Mina ngangawe bengiyiphandela stationary. Beyacela abazali bami. Ngangawe bengiyiphandela. Abazali nje bengabahluphi ukubahlupha. Ngicela umthisha uzongishaya kusasa mangezi neballpen entsha. Akushaye. No, uthisha akakushaye. Because how can you be also irresponsible? Ujanuary akapheli nokuphela. Usilahle stationary wena. Angingeni. Hey. Walingo ukunyimfilika la zokushaya mina. Zokushaya kanti yazi. Angidakile mina. Hayibo. Zokubulala lona.
So I think the one thing that he's gotten right is the storytelling element, and that's something to think about and to focus on when you are creating your content. We can move on to the next slide. Thank you. Cool. So in terms of your content, you need to make sure that you are grabbing the eyeballs and you're stopping their thumbs. When someone is scrolling through TikTok, do they take time to actually just stop and watch your content and because you also want your content to be engaged with. And TikTok users really, they sit through content, and if it's something that they like and they relate with, they are more than likely to engage with your content. I've chosen these two videos as examples just to showcase, again, the storytelling element. Andile Hazel is a makeup artist, a makeup creator, beauty creator. But she does her tutorials telling stories, and it's absolutely hilarious. And then the second one is Nuko, who does another one, storytelling coming through, but in animation. So you can play the videos.
Lego.
I think it's playing in the background. No, it's happening.
Lego.
Criminal offensive side eye. Bombastic side eye.
Your repugnant behavior bears a striking resemblance to
Criminal
four-legged
offensive
with a
side
dining etiquette of a baboon. Hold on, let me speak a language you understand. Your Here, Sibi.
I think there's a video hiding in the background. Sorry about that, guys. You can play the makeup one
Hlukana
and we can move
nophuma
on to the
endlini
next
ngathi
one.
uyolwa. Ngiyavuma emsebenzini kodwa ukubathuse nje nawe. Hayi mina ngeke ngikwazi nje ukuvuka ekseni ngenza i-makeup. Hawu kodwa akwazi ukuba njalo ekseni ayinele umfana ingubo zakhe zomsebenzi. Waze ngisho umbela amanzi okugeza. Khohlala sentombazane. Ngalesikhathi usulinda amanzi ngonyama ukuthi abile. Ngabe uqedile ishiya lapho yena futhi lokuvana usukubhizi umayinele ekseni suke sahleka nosisi kwamashiya emsebenzini lapho qhumo oh you look nice today ebesho girl oh it's nothing I just added highlighter lapho wena wazi nokuthi yini highlighter ngowami emsebenzini uphuma ngathi uyempini aku5 bit ubone yini ukuthi uzoyithola usukhipha isibhonge enganeni eklasini singeke isidingo nawe metron mhlawumbe uzokuyeke nje ukusabisa iguli ingenasidingo okumthuse nje nawe supervisor kanye yazi mhlawumbe uzovuka ngepromotion usangavuka-ke futhi nangayo supervisor i-lip gloss ihlala phayitheni oh uyashani no5 ukhosana nomlomo hlukani neruje bomvu awukhathali yini ukutraumatize iguli hayi ke usesayithini usiyofaka i-sunscreen yaxola
So this is original content, it's relatable content, it's also storytelling. And those are the three things you want to focus on. So what kind of content works on TikTok? Honestly, if I were to answer this honestly, all content works on TikTok. Just don't violate the community guidelines. But a lot of creators use either longer form or short form video to create and tell stories. But you will see the top formats include process-led content, behind the scenes, vlog, day in the life. And what I want you to remember, if there's anything you remember from this presentation, you need to make sure that your dimensions is a 9:6. It's full screen and it's vertical. Because if you post content that is not vertical on the platform, that is not TikTok style, it also affects the performance of your video. Cool. I think you can play the video just...
That was my very first event. I was 23 years old. And I flew in 30 plus people in the country for the very first
What was the
Fashion
event
Week.
called? I can Google it
It was
online.
called Fashion Week, MTC Event to Fashion Week. And at the venue which you were supposed to speak at, it rained. So we had to move the whole structure to a different location. So that was quite stressful. So
So it
when
rained. It wasn't because I didn't have flowers.
no, it rained, yeah.
But you know, you can also throw tantrums.
So I apologize. I sincerely apologize.
Oh, you sincerely apologize. So it wasn't my fault.
It wasn't your fault, not at all. It was never your fault.
You said because I left because there are no flowers.
It was absolutely my fault, 100%.
The rain.
I
It was a
was the rain. It was the rain.
Cool. So let's talk trends. I'm sure you guys know there's trends every day on TikTok. There's a new trend, there's a new dance challenge. So the thing about TikTok is it is a trend-based platform and people are more likely to respond to something that's already trending, whether it's a dance challenge or makeup challenge, whatever that looks like. And the benefits really for being a part of the trends or starting a trend is that one, you get placed with the right creators. So if you are in the book talk corner, the plant talk corner, makeup, food talk, whatever that looks like, you are more than likely to, or rather creators that are within that spectrum or sphere are more likely to engage your content, right? Hop onto the challenge that you have started. So it's also very important to continuously look at what's trending on the platform, and if you can, join those trends, become a part of those trends. And then secondly, you stay current. As I've already said, we're at a platform where literally every day there's a new challenge, there's a new trend. So when people see it, they engage with your content almost immediately, and you become current and you stay current, you become a trendsetter, of course. And we always encourage you, the user, the consumer, to start your own trend on the platform. So I chose this video just because it was really, really cool to see Netflix, who are also one of my partners that I support on the platform. They had a launch for Queen Charlotte in Cape Town, and the cast came together and they hopped onto this challenge. This video performed so well. I think it's sitting on a couple of million views right now. So you can go ahead and play that. Cool, next slide. All right, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this. I think we're in a room filled with content creators, so you already know how to get started in terms of creating content. But I just wanna highlight that, you know, we have a lot of effects that you can use on TikTok to enhance your content. We have filters, so try them out. Play around with them. Don't be shy to do that, because you'll find that sometimes all it takes is an effect for your content to pop. Sometimes all it takes is a filter for your content to pop. So don't be shy to try those out. Yeah, we can move on to the next one. Cool. I'm almost at the end of my presentation, but I just want to leave you with tips on how to succeed on TikTok. The first thing, you want to be present, so please start that TikTok account. Secondly, post consistently. I think we've heard consistency a lot today. It's one of the keywords, and don't stop, right? Secondly, make it Nesquick. So as we all know, Nesquick is very quick to consume. Are people quick to consume your content? You know, focus on that very first few seconds of your video. Is it captivating enough for people to stay on and watch? And then stick to your niche. We spoke about niches earlier. A niche doesn't have to limit you. You can have a niche within different creation spaces, but always stick to your niche, because if you are creating entertainment content, and that's not necessarily just comedy, entertainment has a lot under it. But if you are creating entertainment content, people that have interest in that kind of content are definitely going to engage your content. And then lastly, be you. Please always be you, because we are a platform that encourages people to be themselves. Come as you are. We are a platform by everyone, for everyone. So 70% of your creation, let it be on theme, whatever it is that you want to focus on. And then always leave room for play. That 30%, you can leave it out to play around and see. You don't always have to figure it out at first post. You can always just play around and see what works for you, what your followers are responding to and engaging with. Yeah, I think that is the end of it. You can play this video.
Ngazili ukuthi kukhona uMadam ohleli la TV ongenzi next. Ngazili ukuthi kukhona uMistress. Mina abanye bayongafuna ukusebenza kanje. Ngejimi phela ngisho ngathela. Ungangitsheli ngejimi. Ungangitsheli ngejimi, nami ngithanda ejimini ngaya manje ngiyojimi. Ngibuye ngihlale la phasi. Awufuni nine phela namhlanje anifuni ukuyenza next. Niyahlala nidedla se. Shothi yazini. Singithule because uzoze uthi ngithe kumamakho. Bale liyamthuka. Hey. Bale uthuka mina. Uyamthuka. Hayi bo. Uyaphefumula. Uphefumulela mina. Okay, phela mina umphefumulo. Yo, hayi kwami. Hayi. Babsweet, sengivele ngashinga ikhanda phansi. Uyangithuka la endlini lo mntwana. Yo. Uyaphi zana? Yeah, even no poison the ambulance. Angikhoni ukuphefumula. Mase ngivale umoya. Yo. Hey, power. Yo. Jesus.
Cool, and I think we can move. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'll take some questions. Oh, you're very eager.
Just before I get into my question, hi, my name is Siv and I'm also a content creator. And I just wanted to actually advise anyone who still has a certain amount of followers on TikTok. It actually is a good thing to actually make a second account, because it also helps you get into the algorithm more and grow your main account. So the question is, when is my man's days over there gonna get verified?
Yes. We're fixing it. We're fixing it.
Hi everyone, my name is Tepi and I'm also a content creator. So I have 3 questions for you. Number 1, it's based on the algorithm. I've realized that when you slow down, let me say slow down on posting videos, because when I post on TikTok, then the moment I start to slow down, the moment I come back, it's very difficult for me to break in the algorithm. So yeah.
For this is on? Okay. Okay, do you want to go through your questions? I have a very short span for memory, so maybe let me answer as you go. So yes, that's why we always encourage you to post consistently, because the algorithm actually reads. It actually reads your consistency in posting. So the more you post, the more likely for people to engage with your content and see it on the For You page. And then it takes time when you are now coming back and trying to, keep the momentum going. So once you have figured it out, don't stop. Like maybe take a break for a day or 2, but try and keep the momentum going, because it actually does affect the performance of your video.
Okay, thank you. And then number 2, it's based on the long videos.
Yeah.
I create short skits, relatable, but then the moment I start to post a longer video, a video more than 30 seconds, it receives bad.
So don't do it. That means the people that are following you prefer to watch within that time frame, and anything longer they don't engage with.
Okay, and then last but not least, it's based on that one. I'm asked this question a lot. How do you get verified? And is it based on? I'm saying this because verified content creators are more advantaged when it comes to brand deals. So how do you get verified? Is it based on your following? Because I've seen people I've seen an account with 1 follower.
Yes, there are certain factors that they look at. It's not necessarily a following, but there's a whole lot of other things that they look at. But if you are looking to get verified, you can go into the support page and then let them know they can send you a form that you can fill and get verified.
Question. Yes, question. Over here.
Yes.
So how does TikTok deal with licensing of Netflix content that people green screen? Will you be blocked, or how do they deal with that?
No, we don't block any content where someone is creating using the green screen. We do have a team that licenses that. I don't have the information around that, but it's not an issue for the creators or for Netflix. So many questions, so many hands.
Wonderful, thank you. So, excuse me, I'm aware that obviously things like the TikTok Creator Marketplace aren't going to be available in South Africa for a while. So in terms of what you guys do as TikTok South Africa to help support creators, whether monetization or tips, donations, subscriptions, anything, could you just give us a little bit of a run over or a run through of what the other alternatives are? Wow, I don't know if the Creator Marketplace is a thing that's going to come, but what are sort of alternatives that you guys might be working on?
Cool, that's a good question. So, as I've already mentioned earlier, we're not monetized in Africa. However, things like going live, so live streams, you can actually get paid through live streaming. We do have a level up program where if you're not a managed creator, you can form a part of that. We do have workshops, and I'm sorry I didn't bring that information with me, but we do have workshops that equip you with all of that information that you need in terms of, the brands that we are more likely to work with and pay you with. But if you are looking for, to be a part of those programs, please, you are more than welcome to follow me on LinkedIn. Please take my name down, and then you can reach out to me, and then we can see how we can support you. Cool.
Thank you, everyone. That's all the time we have for Vivian. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I know we mentioned a bit earlier this morning that we were going to give away some prizes. We haven't forgotten. So we have 5 vouchers from Workshop 17 for 2 free days hot desking at this Workshop 17. So we pulled some names earlier. I'm hoping you're still in the room. Angie Girl Mom. Here we go. You're welcome. Then we also have Mufaro. Oh, are there 2? Well, we can give 2 away then. Okay, then the next one, I suppose I should take my phone with me. Hey, Nabila. Cooking with Khaisang. There you are. Okay. And I'm probably going to mispronounce this. Vuzumzi. Did I say that right? Perfect. Thank you. So last but 100% not least, Warwick, who is the sole brand manager, or the brand manager who has soul, I'm not sure how to position that, is going to be talking to us about working with brands. So it's great to be able to hear it from a brand manager who is daily working with content creators in the room. I'll close everything off after Warwick, but please don't run away. It's apt that Warwick is closing everything off because they've graciously offered some soul beers. I'm a bit out of breath running around. To all of us to enjoy afterwards and network at the end of the workshop. So don't go anywhere after Warwick.
Thank you so much, Darren. Hello, everyone. I think the first thing I want to start by saying is that I'm so inspired. I was sitting there just listening to you guys. You guys are all so smart. You're doing such cool things. And I'm really, really inspired to be here in a room with everyone. That's from me personally. I won't talk too much about the brand that I work on because that's not what it's about. I've been asked to tell you how to secure the bag, right? I don't physically have the bag with me, but you can grab a soul afterwards if that's okay, and enough for now. What I'm going to talk about, we can go to the next slide. What I'm going to talk about is essentially, a little bit about me, because I took this off LinkedIn. And my bag lives on LinkedIn because, you have to get a job to get a job. And I've worked on brands, fortunately, for my entire career since I was 22. I'm 35, so I've worked on a shitload of brands. And I've only worked on alcohol. So my life has been really colorful. I think that this is essentially something that I live by in LinkedIn world. And it actually has a little sub clause in here that's, oh, it's there. I just took the brackets out. I'm in pursuit of building, understanding people and building connections for brands that are sustainable, right? And sustainability is a long-term thing, although people dip in and out of brands as they go through different stages of their lives. So it's quite a hard thing, and it's quite important that I kept in pursuit in there, so you guys don't expect me to know everything, because it's a process, right? But really, that's what it's about. And we can skip to the next slide, because so what, right? We don't care about you, Warwick. We're not here to listen to you. We listen to how to get the bag, right? So what is really important, because since the beginning of time, people have been buying from people. Before our thumbs were strong and our eyes were weak, people have been buying from people. So for brands, it's really, really important. There are multiple media streams that you can tap into. But since the beginning of time, people have been buying from people. So that's the important part as to why I'm here to understand people more than anything else. And as to why the connection between me and you is real. Because I need you to sell to my people, right? We can go to the next slide. And this is what it's about, right? So there's the people. No matter which brand you work on, no matter where you're from, we're all trying to sell to people. Like I said, I've been in booze my whole life. But even if I was to move to banking, which is apparently where the next best bag is when it comes to marketing, but even if I was to move to banking, you're still selling to people. And you need people to sell to people, because that's how the world works. So all of this gray stuff on the top here about market share and business objectives and corporate responsibility, especially in alcohol, like there's an incredible layer of corporate responsibility that we have to abide to that essentially stops us from getting to our people, like TikTok. Like I'm dying to get onto TikTok, but the brand that I look after, Soul, is part of a broader business called Heineken. And essentially, Heineken's incredibly responsible when it comes to alcohol and alcohol consumption and our messaging and all of those wonderful things. So don't worry about the gray stuff. The stuff in the orange and the lighter orange is essentially stuff that I worry about, but it's really, really important. The stuff on the left is the stuff I want to talk about today. And it's probably the biggest nugget that I have to share with you guys. And it's been said over and over and over and over in the sessions throughout the day. And I have a 4-year-old son, and I hate telling him things over and over and over. So I'm not going to tell you again and again and again. But I promise you, if you want to succeed in this game, it's about you. You need to understand who you are holistically, and then just shine. It's literally that simple, but that complex at the same time. Because I think that most people in this game are faking it. And that's where things do short circuit. But there's also brands in the game that are faking it, right? A lot of them. And I think that if I can, besides getting to know who you are as a person and what your message is, whichever, what is it called? Nodes. What is it called? Nodes. You guys use niches. I learned a new thing today. Niches. Whichever niche you are busy playing around with, like, own it and own it hard. And the only way to own it hard is if you really know who you are. So I think that, I mean, there's brands at the same time, and it's linked to knowing who you are, is there are brands who don't even know who they are. So now, how do you work with brands who don't know who they are, even if you know who you are? And call that shit out. I promise you, there's like, so Soul, for example, the brand that I do work on, I'll talk a little bit about it. We went on a journey of introspection. because there are multiple players in our category and players that are doing really, really well. But for soul, we needed to understand who we were, and it's pretty simple, right? Soul means sun. Sun, what does it do to you physically? There we go. No. What happens when you stand in the sun? You feel good, right? You feel good. So that's all it is. Soul means sun. It makes you feel good. We are good. We are happy. We are positive. We are optimistic. And then we said, okay, cool. So now I almost feel like I'm 5 slides in, but you can skip to the next slide. So now I think that for us to really tap into our people and start speaking to them, and it's the main reason why brands use people to speak to people instead of TV to speak to people or radio to speak to people, is we're trying to short circuit culture, especially smaller brands, right? Because there might be a brand that's got 20, 30 years worth of marketing on you, that's had 30 brand managers before you got there, but you haven't made it into culture. Or you might be competing with that brand that's got 30 years ahead of you on marketing. So what do? You want to find a shortcut. And essentially, at least in the office space that I hang in, we call it short-circuiting culture. And this guy over here, Jamal Jamar, I don't know, founder of What's Culture, sums it up quite nicely. He says, culture is a set of codes and traits that a group of people live by, have traditions, languages they make use of, the common practices and codes that a certain group of people lives by. I'm a part of a lot of cultures. You can go to the next slide. And we are in culture 3.0 at the moment. And what that means is a whole lot of fragmentation, because there are different pieces of culture that we are using and taking to make up your profile, right? So you might not subscribe holistically to culture X. A little bit of culture Y, a little bit of culture X, and a little bit of culture Z. And that's exactly the same applies for brands, right? So in order to know where you sit here, you need to know who you are. And that is how brands partner with you. Because brands are trying to take a little bit of you, a little bit of you, and a little bit of you, because you're adding to the holistic image of the brand. So please, I think it's the main message of the day for me, is that it literally starts with you. As brands, we don't live under a rock. We all know each other, especially in booze. We all speak to each other. We all know who we've worked with. We know what it is like to work with X or work with Y, and we know where not to go. But most importantly, we look for real, authentic people. And that's the only way to shine is to know who you are. Next slide. So yeah, I think long gone are the days of speaking about demographics. Age is but a number. It's all about psychographics and really understanding culture. And what part of culture you add to helping that brand create that image that the brand is trying to create. So there are some things that you can do, next slide, to unlock value. So remember, I spoke about how to get there. How to get there is you just got to understand yourself and shine, right? But now once you're in the door, how do you really secure the bag? Next slide. I think that something you need to accept is that you're the expert. As a brand person, I definitely don't know everything. I rely on not just the team, but the people that we partner with to tell us, no, Warwick, why are you doing XYZ on, I don't know, Instagram, hypothetically? Why don't you try doing this here? So please be vocal about it. Don't be shy, because you are definitely the expert in your space. And most of the people that I work with, even in booze, are even a lot older than me. So they definitely don't know. in this space. I'm not joking. You can go to the next slide. And the second way is it's really all inclusive, because the way that you budget as a brand person is there's a big pot of money for production to produce content for your brand. You can unlock that pot of money if you have the ability or the tools to do what the intended purpose of what the brand manager or marketing manager wanted to do with that. So again, tech is an incredible thing. It's really important. It's more than likely that the person working on the brand had a certain vision for a certain pot of money that you can really tap into, because you have the same capabilities as the entire film crew. Does that make sense? And then the last, you can go to the next slide. The last point is that ecosystem that I was speaking about in the beginning. Really try and understand it. Understand what the brand's long-term vision is, because usually cycle planning happens, the shortest I've ever had in my life is 12 months, but it's anything between 12 months to 18 months, sometimes even 24 months. So if you know when brands are already planning, you'll know when to get in. But there's a holistic ecosystem, and at the same time as brands have a long-term vision, set long-term visions for yourself. When we started working with Mans, I don't know if any of you saw the content we produced last year with Mans. We were at the shoot and she said, dude, I literally put Soul on my vision board. That was 7 months before she got the call from us. So put shit on your vision board. Decide, be picky. Like, that's probably the coolest thing that I heard the whole day is be really, really picky with who you work with. Because I promise you, brands don't really like working with someone that's got a post a week of different short-term, quick things. So yeah, thank you so much. I'm probably going to get a lot of questions. Again, I don't have the bag with me, but please remember to shine and enjoy a soul be outside after the session. Thanks.
Hi.
Hello.
So, how do you know that brand managers are not ripping you off by giving you free stock instead of money? Because I think with like alcoholic brands, that's like a huge thing where they just bombard you with like free beer and expect you to do all these posts on Instagram or any social media platform. And once you start talking about money, then the free beer stops coming.
Yo.
How do I get there?
So I've probably only had it once before, but I think that you need to ask the free beer person, what is their objective? What are they trying to achieve? And if it's short term, then tell them to keep their free beer. Yeah, because it's we all have to work and we all have to eat, and there's various ways to work and eat. But you also need to value yourself. Everyone else that has spoken has also said it. I think that if you can understand what is your objective, and if they tell you it's a short-term one, I need to drive sampling on the brand and I need to get cool people drinking it, hypothetically, then either you can accept that objective knowing that it's short-term, or if they tell you actually there's a long-term intent. So one of the other brands that I worked on, it's a gin brand, and year one, it's really tough in brand world as well when trying to work with people, because cool people only work with cool brands that have had other people, cool people working on those brands. So for year one, you're like, shit, I've only got 5 rand. But now I need at least 3 cool people that can deliver 10 million in reach and 200,000 engagements, for example. You must, at the same time as your situation is, it's exactly the same for brands. You have to take that long-term approach. Year 2, after the first campaign, people are knocking, were knocking. So I think it's, again, understand the position of the brand, their objectives, and how you tie into that world, and you can quickly make a decision and say, this is a quick one, or I'm getting in bed here, type of thing.
Sorry to put you on the spot, right? So you mentioned that there are times where you can tap into the budget of like other production material, whatever the case may be. Give an example where that actually worked out, where a creator was able to deliver the same work that maybe a whole production team could have, and subsequently access that budget.
Yeah, so we've taken that approach on Soul this year, actually. So last year, different objective. Did a full production. I mean, hypothetically, it cost 100 Rand. And this year we decided, no, let's give the 100 Rand to the content creators, and the results have been even better. But it was driven by our creative team that supports us through the content creators. So it depends, again, what you're looking for. I wouldn't approach it in like, can I tap into your production budget? Because it's not that simple. But always mention that I can actually do X, Y, and Z, although you're only asking me to do A. That's as good as it gets. Does it help? I feel like I'm not helping you, bro.
My question is to you as a brand, right? Would you prefer for influencers to ask you what the budget is? Should you not mention it in maybe when you hit us up or in the campaign? Because once you say send the rate card and you're like, ooh, like this one's too expensive or we can't afford them, you don't go back and say, we can't afford you, let's negotiate. It's just like on to the next. So should we tell you that we're willing to negotiate, or do we ask for your budget?
So I feel like I have a crooked answer, but I'm going to give you an answer anyway. Fortunately for me, and in most cases with brands that have big budgets to partner with people like you guys, there are multiple gatekeepers that have those conversations on our behalf who are well versed in the space. So it helps that I've worked on a number of brands and I do know general going rates, which today's rate is not tomorrow's rate. We know that as well. But I think that my advice to you would be become or get close with someone that's been through the journey before, that might have a manager if you don't. And on the one side, and on the other side, learn to understand the way of working of those gatekeepers, because there's a brand and then there's a creative team. And then in between that, you've got people that look after this space, essentially. Doing influencers, but also PR and a whole bunch of other things. And usually they have those conversations. So I would try and get versed in both spaces. It's like anything, before you start engaging. But again, back yourself, like, not arrogantly, but I would like to have a conversation. Let's talk, type of thing. That's why I said it's a crooked answer, but yeah.
I think to also add, okay, no problem. I think just to add to that, I had a situation where I asked for the influencer's rate card and it was a lot and I couldn't afford it. And I was straightforward to say, hey, I can't afford this, but would like to work with you in the future. And the influencer came back and said, okay, cool. I can only, what she said that she negotiated and was like, okay, cool. I can give you, instead of giving you 4, I can give you 2 for that amount. So you can come back and always negotiate if you really want to work with the brand and lower the deliverables, then rather than like cutting it off completely.
And most of the time you end up with a positive result. I've had it many times where I got 4 pieces of content instead of 6.
Hi. You spoke about culture a lot, right? And culture in relation to the brand and everything. I wanted to ask, right, at what point do like brands draw the line when it comes to Like, for example, you guys have worked with Mans, right? So we understand that brands are always trying to be relevant. But then to a certain extent, they use sort of like cultural nuances that are happening in that time to make the brand more relevant. So, for example, she says Shodin Tang. Everybody knows that's her thing. And then you find a soul, maybe billboard saying Sho Soul Din Tang. Like, how do you guys measure or draw the line of how to compensate the content creator for something that's not exactly copyrighted, but belongs to a content creator?
Yeah. So different brands have different ways of doing it, but this is the way that I've always done it. So that's all I can tell you. I get to know the people that I'm working with personally. So with Mans, for example, I tried to figure out intentionally in 2 years' time, does she want to have a chicken shop? Is there, I don't know, aspiration to start a beauty line? And then I know for next cycle, start integrating and planning into her plans, and try and find a middle ground. So it's like a very honest conversation, and that's the only way it can work for the long term. And I think that when you get to that, because Mans knows herself so well, and when you get to that point that you know where you're going, you know what you're doing, it becomes a little bit easier, but it also does help. And when you get into a relationship with a brand, it's a relationship, I promise you, and it's for the long term. Because before me, this brand is 100 years old. Before me, there was at least 40 people working on it. And I don't know how long I will be working on it, but I have to maintain the authenticity to that brand for that period of time. And the only way to do that is to understand the people that you work with holistically. But I didn't answer your question about using a phrase. We actually had the creative team presented one of the lines. It's a conversation, because Mans has a manager, and a lovely manager, and we have a chat and figure it out.
Okay. Hi.
Yo.
So let's be realistic. We, as content creators, we spend a lot of time waiting for brands, you know, and sometimes, no, like, hear me out. And then they you know, I could go months, you know, without a brand deal, you know, and, you know, somehow it's kind of sad, you know. So my question is, how do you write a brand proposal? What should you include?
You don't write one. Your proposal is the content you've created. So as Warwick, I'm also human. So as Warwick, I sit wherever on my couch and I'm clapping the thumb, and that is when something speaks to me, because at least for my eyes, I've always got soul eyes on. So if it's not working, you need to reevaluate the content you're making and shine even harder. And more than likely, you need to also introspect and try and figure out, there's something deeper in me that I need to show to the rest of the world, because it will resonate, I promise you. But it's really, really hard to get to that point on a Mans' level, for example, that's truly authentic. Does that help? It's
Doesn't
not,
help,
it's
to be
not
honest.
nice news, but
Yeah. No, I think you didn't answer my question. I personally think.
How to approach a brand.
Yeah, how do you approach a brand? I mean, the work is there, but probably like the brand doesn't even see you.
There's no way you can't approach a brand. No, you can't. They always say that. You don't just approach.
Hi, so I'm going to quickly jump in here with my one-eyed Jack hat on as opposed to my Content Creator Award hat on. Is we get approached by a lot of content creators to work on the campaigns we produce for our brand clients. And a lot of them are on our radar already because we all consume a lot of content. But a lot of the time, literally in my inbox, I'll get somebody going, hey, I'm so-and-so, please have a look at my page. Here's my rate card, or, you know what I mean, please work with us. And we look at that stuff. And it's like, because we're always looking for new creators to work with. We can't, for example, Volkswagen's one of our biggest clients. We can't pitch the same creators to Volkswagen for every single campaign. We're working with Audi. We're working with launching the GTI or the Polo Vivo. We have to have different creators for each one of those vehicles because they all talk to a different segment. So for us is how we work with creators is We meet them at things like this. So go out. So many of you approached me during the break. Hey, this is me. This is what I do. This is the kind of content I do. Can I please reach out to you? So I think it's just profiling yourself, sending us your stuff, and yeah, just putting stuff out there that's good that we'll take note of, I think, essentially. If that helps at all. We don't get full proposals from creators that, unless it's Shannon from Rocking the Daisies earlier was saying that somebody created a proposal because they wanted to do content at Daisies. If there's something specific like that, then maybe create something. But also reach out to us and we can send you maybe examples of stuff that creators have done that have been good. This is a learning forum. This is why these kinds of things exist. So we can all try and help as we go with anything that you guys might need. Thanks.
Last question. Warwick, I have a question.
Sorry, I just want to say sorry to this guy here because I didn't know all of that happens, to be honest. There are so many gatekeepers between where I'm at and where. Yeah.
I'm a social media manager and I've worked in corporate, but I want to hear more updated. In terms of you being a brand manager, what are your pet peeves when it comes to working with content creators and influencers?
Yeah. So the biggest pet peeve is deadlines and showing up. I've had it once before where the team didn't gel because there's usually more than one person, but usually that you can iron out. But if you miss a deadline, you don't understand the impact because all your content has to go live at the same time to make that proper impact, obviously, that the brand needs, because you're essentially replacing digital media and TV with people. So the pet peeve is literally not making that deadline. And sometimes it's 2 days, 3 days afterwards. Then you have to tell the other 5 people go live because we're not going to wait anymore. And most of the time, you just get to a point where you're like, we can't run this race together anymore, type of thing.
Thanks, Warwick. Appreciate it.
Thank
you. We're almost done. Oops, hang on. We're almost done. There are a few people we just want to grab some Voxies with afterwards. Achi from MultiChoice, Lynn Forbes Fellow, if you could stay behind as well, please. Zion and Des Lee. We just want to, if you can just hang here and let's get a little bit of content. But that essentially wraps up the day. I just want to call up Manuela to kind of close off, and just a reminder, so please don't go anywhere. We do have some beverages outside, and it's a great opportunity to kind of network and ask the questions you didn't get to ask throughout the day. And from all of us, we really, really appreciate your time. We know it's hard to take a full day out of your life, but hopefully it was worth it. Over to Manuela.
Thank you, everybody. I had no intention of actually closing today off, but I really felt the need to get up here and just give you a heartfelt thanks to everybody for your incredible questions. I learned so much today. I really, really did. I think that the quality of conversation in the room was exceptional. The quality of the speakers were exceptional. Warwick, thank you so much. You took some heavy hits there with the kind of questions, and I think it's always very interesting when it comes to us to understanding content creators and content creators understanding brands versus agencies versus this versus that, and who actually does what. And I think events like this help sort of us all to understand the different roles that we all play within this industry. So before we go on a break, I'll just recap why we're here. This is the DStv Content Creator Awards. Entries are closing on the 19th of June. 19th of June. So there are 20 categories. You guys were invited. Most of you entered the emerging content creator category, or what may have entered one of the 2 emerging categories last year. But there are special interest categories for those that are sort of interested in fitness, health, beauty, travel, lifestyle. And then of course there is a general category, which is thumb-stopping category that anybody can enter, whether you're a professional or whether you're an amateur. And then we have the podcast of the year category. And of course, Soul Content Creator Award category, and really just it's free to enter. The only category that has a charge is the brand collaboration category, because that is for brands and agencies to enter creators or campaigns that have done really well for them. So if you guys have done campaigns for brands and you really think you shot it the lights out, get that agency to enter that campaign, because the entry fee for that category pays for things like this. So in closing, thank you all for coming and enter the awards, and we'll see you all outside for a soul. Cheers.